everyone doing tonight? Welcome into another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Wednesday. It's Rebel Night. So tonight, beautiful people, I'm not going to be reading any tarot. I'll only be doing mini paid readings from my couple oracle decks I have. But I did do and pull cards for the general collective, so I do have that for y'all beautiful people. Hi, Moonchild. How you doing, sweetheart? Gravy. I just got done chowing down real quick before I started the stream. Well, I can't say I chowed down, I munched. So if Bob comes on, you could tell him I did munch quickly before I came on. Never thought it would take me like 4 hours just to get ready to start work. That's crazy. It never used to take me that long to be ready. And I don't even do anything fancy other than I take a long shower and I go through and yeah, it may take me, 30 minutes to find my outfit I want to wear for that night. But the other couple hours is me just trying to get my brain to wake up. And I still have trouble finding time to remind myself to eat, so. You're done in 30 minutes when you've worked, man. I mean, well, when I waited tables, that was different. Yeah, I mean, what'd I do? Let's see. And it's crazy because y'all gonna think I'm crazy because back then I used to work the early morning hours. I did work, sometimes I did work graveyard, but I got on a regular schedule where I was even spoiled, you can say, because I'd work only Monday through Friday. So I'd get the weekends off. And I would have to start work at 7 o'clock that morning. And I wouldn't get off till 3 in the afternoon. So I'm leaving my house, like I'm getting up, I think, at like 5:30. And, I already showered the night before, so I just hurry up, throw on my uniform and hopped in the car and got there and got my coffee. And I was good then, but that was different. For me to get ready, even if I'm going somewhere, it still takes me a few hours. I just need 2 hours to get my brain to wake up on me. And then, maybe I can get my butt in the shower right away and, get that over with. Sometimes it takes me a minute. So how has your day been? Did you make it home yet? Yeah, I'm wide awake considering I only slept a few hours today. I was, after I ended the stream last night or this morning, I was on there looking at houses for sale. So when I first woke up from my nap, I mean, I wasn't awake, but I am now. So I feel good. So did you get out of the heat? I know someone told me it was 94 degrees yesterday, I think, here. 93 or 94. I think today it reached 90. It's like, yep, it's too hot. Yeah, it's hot and humid out here. Can't stand it. I feel all that stickiness. I'm like, ugh. I don't mind sweating. I just don't want to feel all sticky like I just rolled in a pile of pancake syrup. Because that's how I feel. Yeah. It gets muggy. Yeah. That too. So, oof. See, and I got cold just now. I think my AC's been running all day, in fact. And it's like, I keep it around 68, 69 degrees. And I'm fine if I'm moving around, but once I sit still, like especially in the bedroom, and I know like my body's just trying to wind down to go to sleep, I get cold, so I need my thick blanket. But being in here, it doesn't really bother me. I don't normally feel it. And then when I get freezing, then that's when spirit's getting too close to me. But that's a good thing. Well, beautiful people, I'm trying to wait on a few people to get here before I get started, y'all. If you've been to my channel before, welcome, beautiful people. I'm happy to have y'all back. If y'all are new here, welcome. Tonight is Oracle theme night. It's what I call Rebel Wednesdays, and it's a mini reading where I pull from 2 Oracle decks I've already picked out for the night. And then I also have this Rebel deck that's kind of funny. It's, kind of gives some laughter, lighten up the mood. And so it's $5 US if you go through the payment apps, my PayPal, my Zelle, or Venmo. If you go through the Super Chat, it's double because YouTube takes half the money. So I do start my streams every night, and I do a general collective reading. It's a free reading. It's a collective. So it does not matter what zodiac sign you are. It covers all 12 signs. So take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. If something don't fit, don't force it to fit. Okay? And if y'all have any personal questions, that's what my personal readings are for. But like I said, my personal readings, I'm not doing those tonight. I'm doing personal theme readings, yes, but I'm not really taking any questions. If you're interested in a personal reading from me, I will be here tomorrow night. Y'all can come back and see me then. But if you just want, a general, message from spirit, like I said, I have a couple Oracle decks I'll be pulling messages from. All right, beautiful people. I don't know. Maybe they got lost. I think Eternal has some bad storms where he's at, and it looked like he posted a short showing some clouds that were it showed like there was tornado rotation in the clouds. So that might be why he's not here yet. But I don't know where everybody else went to. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started, beautiful people. Like I said, what I'm getting ready to do is a general collective reading. It covers all 12 signs. If you're here, you're part of the collective. It's not a personal reading, so take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. All right. I'm gonna start with a couple of my Oracle decks first, and then I have tarot that's pulled out already. For a general message that may or may not apply to you, and then I'll pull more. I have more Oracle cards set to the side at the end of it that I'll go over afterwards too. You got your package today? Yay! I'm so happy. I'm so excited you got your package today. Does it have a bunch of goodies in it? I hope so. I'm still waiting for mine. It hadn't gotten here yet. But I'm happy you got it, Moonchild. I'm surprised Bob's not here yet either. Because I wanted to talk about something when more people were here, like Bob, and just waiting to see if Sunnyland would show up too. Hi, Eternal. It's gravy, baby. I'm here. How you doing? How's everything there? Since you got all them clouds spinning around, looked like it was going to produce a tornado. Has any of them touched the ground yet? I'm hoping not. I hope y'all stay safe. I'm be worried about y'all. Yeah, it looks crazy. It's been a long time since I've seen clouds like that looks like it could possibly produce a tornado. Thank God. Knock on wood. I don't see any. I think when I researched my area, it wasn't known for getting a lot of tornadoes, which I was thankful. I want to say the last time my area had a tornado where I'm at right now, I think it was like back in the 70s. I think that's what I read. How can you feel? Yeah, he stole your crown again, Moonchild. Well, you better get it back, girlfriend. Oh no. Well, hopefully everyone's okay. I hate to hear that. I mean, it looked like one of them was going to go through and produce one. Didn't even try. Yeah, whatever, Eternal. We know you want that crown. We all know you want the #1 spot, baby. Don't play. I already know. You can't front with me, baby. You know that. Eternal's all about that crown. So y'all gonna have to battle him out for it. Alright. What's the messages? Spirit. What's going on with y'all outside of what this tarot spread is? It's okay. Moonchild's like, you can have it, Eternal. The only crown you don't drink. Yeah, the same points as Moonchild, so I'm not sure why they gave it to me. I don't know, baby. I mean, maybe it was from the super chats. I don't know. You did make a couple super chats last night, right? Or super stickers. I don't remember what the difference of them are, but I know you did that last night, so. And thank you, beautiful people. If y'all are here, thank you for liking the stream and subscribing. No, each day starts anew. Oh no, baby. Uh-oh. Here we go. Who's longing for love? Who's feeling lonely? Y'all feeling lonely? Y'all feeling like y'all, whether this is romantic or this is platonic or this is your family. Many of y'all are feeling lonely. Like you don't have anybody you can lean on, talk to. Maybe even someone you just feel like you can't connect with on the same level as maybe like a significant other. Or even maybe like a parent. I pick up someone like you're missing your parent. You really feel lonely, like you need their guidance right now. And Spirit's wanting to let you know that Spirit's bringing forward people. If you're feeling left out in the cold or lonely right now, I don't feel like it's going to be that way for long. I just feel like you need to be patient, have some understanding. I think this is a time of reflection, a time of getting to know yourself more. Really, paying attention to what it is you want, what you're willing to accept and the things you're not willing to accept, especially when it comes to intimate relationships, like romantic relationships. Hi, Scott. Oh, thank God that the timeout ran out. How you doing, baby? Hi, Deborah. What else, Spirit? What is this around? Show me. Spirit's wanting you to let go. Have the strength to let go. Be vulnerable is what I just heard. So if there's someone you're, getting familiar with, maybe you're just getting to know someone, whether that's a friendship, that's, possibly romantic interest, maybe it's even your co-workers, maybe you just start a new job, or maybe you got a new boss. I feel like Spirit's wanting to let you know to have the courage to be brave and to be vulnerable. How do you do that? By, letting your guard down, letting go a little bit, surrender the need to control. Hi, Bob. There you are, baby. I'm glad you did too. Hey, Bob, I think mine got lost at sea, baby. Ah. Good day to you too, baby. How you doing? You come here to relieve the loneliness, Scott? Well, baby, I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, Spirit wants y'all to focus on y'all self-healing. Love, healing, and miracles. I feel like whoever you're connecting to, I feel like you bring value to them. I feel like they really admire and appreciate what you bring to the table. So if you feel like you don't have anything to offer someone, Spirit saying you're wrong. You need to really take a look in the mirror, really look inward at all the beautiful essence you are. You are more than what you recognize or what you give yourself credit for. And I feel like this person that you're connecting with, whether, like I said, maybe it's a boss, maybe it's a new friendship, possibly a romantic interest, they see the value in you, but they need you to see the value in yourself and what you have to offer. You know, they need you to believe. You know, they can believe in you all day long, but it's not going to really hold much weight unless you believe in it yourself. Allow them to be there for you. No, thank you, Eternal. Oh, thank you for the rose. That's pretty. I love roses. Thank you, baby. All right. And of course, I can't like it, Eternal. But you know I see it, baby. Okay, that's why it's taking so long then, Bob. I'm just teasing, baby. You know, it'll get here. And I know that. It'll get here when it's meant to get here. So I'm happy. I'm happy she got her box. I know Diane got hers. Catching your breath after working, huh? Well, take it easy, baby. Sit down, relax, chill out. What else, Spirit? One more. Have joy and gratitude for the little things. Not just the big things, but the little things. And trust that what's meant for you will never pass you by. So I feel like Spirit wants you to trust your intuition. If you feel like there's something coming your direction, you feel like it's good, you just have this unmistakable feeling I pick up that like there's something good coming. You may not know exactly what it is, but you feel like there's something like a big blessing of some kind that might just change everything for you. Spirit's wanting to trust that. You're right to trust it, is what Spirit's saying. You may not know exactly what it is, but there is something on the horizon I keep picking up. In fact, I was feeling that earlier today. Like I feel a big shift from some of y'all. So Spirit's really trying to pay attention to y'all's prayers and y'all's requests. I get it. You just gotta have the right mental thinking. Don't obsess. Don't overthink it. Allow it all to come naturally. Don't force it. Hi, Bonnie. You're done for the day? Well, I'm glad to hear that, baby. And make sure you get your rest, though. Can't have you worn down, baby. You know, in case I decide to, you know, let some of the trolls in here, you gotta be on, you know, on guard, baby. I'm being funny. Sorry. Alright, spiritual symbols, y'all. What's the spiritual messages? Spiritual symbols. Like, I want y'all to find love. Like, I'm trying to figure out how else I can help y'all here. Because, you know, some of y'all need to, like, I don't know. How do I say this in a classy way? Y'all just need some WD-40. I'll put it like that. Hi, Sergeant Curtis. How you doing, baby? Spiritual symbols. What's the message of spirit? Ooh, what we got? We got gold. Uh-oh. Y'all getting a little stingy? Even though I got gold right here, y'all, okay? All this gold. It says hiding yourself from others, greed and temptation, stinginess, spendthrift, and squander. So, beautiful people, are y'all being a little too stingy? Are y'all being a little too tight with the money instead of, you know, especially if you have it, being a little greedy? Like this card says, I feel like some of y'all kind of feel that way. Some spirits calling you out. Don't shoot the messenger, y'all. I feel like there's others of you, though, who may be very generous. But I feel like there's a need to scale it back a little bit right now. I feel like some of y'all who might be a little more willing to help others, or, you know, not so much pay attention to how much money's in the bank, we'll say, you might go through the money quicker if you're not careful. So watch your pennies right now is what I hear. What else, Spirit? Oh, thank you, Scott. Yikes. Yeah, it's tornado season here too. And since I live in Georgia, with all the hurricanes that come through, that hit the coast, and then the tropical storms or depressions that come up afterwards, they tend to produce a lot of tornadoes. So that's wild, eternal. What else, Spirit? What other messages you have? Spirit's guiding you. If you're feeling a little lost, Spirit's trying to speak to you. I even have it right here. Spirit speaks. Seek advice to steer judgment, as insightful talks illuminate your journey. So, Spirit speaks. So much so that they're wanting to remind you they're guiding you too. If you feel like they're not, Spirit's saying, we're here. We're guiding you. We haven't abandoned you, even if it feels that way. You just need to remain open and receptive to the guidance and trust the journey. Trust where they're taking you. Keep looking ahead. Full steam ahead is what I just heard. What else, Spirit? Sorry, y'all. Hold on a second. Excuse me, y'all. Hey, what was that noise? Was that music? Okay, it was loud. I mean, I heard it all the way in there. I have to get somebody some freaking headphones. They probably wouldn't use them though. Sorry about that. All right. Oh, so it's here in the U.S., baby. Okay. Well, if it was there Friday, I mean, it should be here. Well, I don't know. It used to only take 3 days for something to get here from California. But since it's a package, it might take a couple extra days. I'll have to wait and see. It'll get here when it's meant to be here, though. I'll keep a lookout on it. All right, Spirit. What else? That's cool, Eternal. All right. What other? Ooh. Y'all are achieving something. I get the Achiever card here. Y'all been checking off y'all's list. Y'all been reaching y'all's goals. I mean, even breaking records. Even, you know, having to make some tough decisions that I feel is hard, but I feel like it's paid off in the end. Even if it meant you had to take a risk or had to sacrifice something, I feel like there was a big payoff in it. You achieved greatness, is what I just heard. What else, Spirit? If y'all feel like y'all being held back, Spirit saying be patient. You know, not so much lower your expectations, but be more realistic, because this is a time for rebuilding for some of y'all. I get rebuild, stifled by expectations. It's time to redefine limits and reclaim freedom. So there's a need to rebuild, especially if you feel like you've lost something or you've had to give up something or walk away from something. Spirit saying, be patient. There's time to, you know, recharge, especially if it was very stressful. And there's a time to start to rebuild. And I feel like you're at that peak to rebuilding what you feel like you've lost or had to leave behind. Hi, Debs. Oh, Spirit. And don't get caught up in the drama, which this is interesting. This card came up because I'm going to talk to y'all about something after I go over this reading. Don't get caught up in the drama. Choose peace. So if people are bringing drama to your life, don't get caught up in it. You know, it's one thing to, you know, state your opinion if it's asked of you, or if you feel like there's someone that needs, you know, needs you to defend or stand up for them. That's one thing, but don't get caught up in all that drama. It just drains you of your happiness, of your light. So be aware, because some people will want to come in and start nonsense just to try and rile you up or drain you of your life force. Don't give them that chance. Don't give them that opening. The last one is graduation cap. You do not trust yourself sufficiently. Unsure, unprepared, lacking skills and knowledge. You feel stuck, missed opportunities, feeling as a failure. There's even envy on here. Beautiful people, stop trying to feel like you haven't achieved enough. Many of y'all have achieved a lot. You know, I don't know, you know, I know many of y'all are in the U.S., but some of y'all are in other countries like Canada, Australia, just to name a couple. I know I have some of y'all here from the U.K. too. But I want y'all to understand, you know, even just looking at yourself and seeing what you have, maybe it doesn't feel like everything you want. But at the end of the day, ask yourself, do you have a roof over your head? Do you have food on the table? Do you have running water? Do you have a warm bed to sleep in? Do you have clothes on your back? You know, do you have, you know, medicine if, you know, you have issues, you know, health related issues that you need to take medication for? Pretty much your needs, your basic needs. Are those being met? Beautiful people, you got a lot more than a lot of other people around the world who don't even have half of that. So stop trying to compare yourself to your surroundings. Okay? This is a time for you to compare yourself to yourself, not to others. And that's where you need to feel like you're in competition with is yourself, not compare to others, not your peers, not society standards, you and only you. You know, otherwise, that's another way people are going to drain your happiness from you because it's going to be one of those types of situations I pick up from someone like you're always going to feel the need to want to one up someone. You know, want to, you know, oh, because so and so got a new car, now I need a new car. Oh, no, but I don't just need a new car. I need the car they got, or I need something what I feel is better. What kind of nonsense is that? That's childish. That's immaturity. You know, why is it those things that gives you value make you feel like you've, you know, come far in life, like you've achieved something? Okay, don't fall for that trap. That's nonsense. Okay, be happy with what you have already. Be appreciative of it, because being in gratitude brings abundance. Okay, but Spirit wants you to know that, you know, you're not without, even if it may feel that way. No, maybe you don't have everything that's ideal, what you dream of having, but that's still in your court too, to create, to change. But, you know, you got to still feel like you're succeeding first instead of feeling like you're a failure or being envious of others. Don't fall for that. Hi, Sonny. How you doing, beautiful? One more. And for my people who are looking for romance, my singles, Spirit says you need to flirt. You need to mingle more. Maybe you're innocently, overtly friendly, being friendly, flattery, easy and breezy conversations, quick-witted, nonverbal communication, charmer, playful. It's time to get busy and start flirting. You know, if you got your eyes on someone, well, I suggest you step up to the table and start flirting with them. Let them know that you're interested. You know, maybe it's something you got to say to them. Maybe they're unaware, you know, and it's, you know, maybe it's whether it's talking, you know, or it's, you know, being playful in person, hanging out, doing something fun. Spirit saying flirt with them, though. Let that person know. Make them feel good just as much as I'm sure they want to make you feel good. Sunnyland, you know I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. Hi, Chris. All right. Put this up. All right, my beautiful people. Seems like y'all got love on the brain again. That's all I'm going to say, because the tarot spread I pulled tonight has to do with love. Like, for many of y'all, this is either a new connection or this is something that's been brewing for a little bit where y'all are trying to grow it. You want it to be more, but I don't feel like maybe the person you're pursuing might be wanting to make it more, or maybe they want something more and you're not willing to give more. Like, you know, you give what you give and that's all you got kind of energy. But I feel like most of y'all, it's the person not willing to want to give to you as you want to give to them, or wanting to create something more out of this connection than what it is. Because I have the Three of Swords here in y'all's recent past energy with the Two of Cups, which Two of Cups, Three of Swords is heartbreak, betrayal, you know, being let down. Something really hurts you deeply. It's even possible, like, the betrayal can be deep enough, like someone betrayed you, like they lied to you. They could have even possibly led you on, cheated on you, if it's that kind of serious connection. Whichever way it fits, this is Spirit saying they understand, they see that you're deeply hurt by this person. And you're even questioning, is this the one? Spirit saying this is, at minimum, if y'all believe in twin flame, they are your twin flame, but soulmate, soul contract, it's right here with this Two of Cups. That's what Two of Cups is. It's normally soulmate, twin flame. It doesn't have to be romantic. It could be friendship, family, but for most of y'all, I feel like this is romantic. And here's the person I feel that's coming forward that you're connecting with. Um, I feel like it might be a younger energy, or it's someone who might be older, but might be a little more childish, we'll say. It doesn't have to be bad. Maybe they're more playful. They're just like a big kid. But some of them I feel could also be a little more immature. Um, so I feel like this person may not be as interested or willing to want to open up their heart to you as you're wanting to open up to them and create something special out of this. And it's kind of leaving you stuck right now, I feel. Because I see you in the present energy, the high priestess right here. This is you. Spirit's wanting you to trust your intuition, trust the divine feminine that each of us have, no matter whether you're a man or woman. We all have both divine masculine, divine feminine. You know, give into that side. That's where your intuition will grow from. And I feel like you're wanting to try and still work on this. I feel like there could even been an argument of some kind. Like I said, there was a betrayal, or someone lied to you, or someone led you on. There's something like that that has taken place here. And you're wanting to make things better. I get the Six of Swords energy. You're wanting to get out of this argument, this betrayal, this pain. You want to let it go so you can pursue and move on. But I feel like for some of y'all, this person's kind of like, they're like, yeah, I get the hangman energy. I feel like they're kind of still, maybe not willing to budge for some of y'all. Others, I feel like they're willing to make it work or try and work on it. And I feel like some of them are just taking some time out to really adjust their thinking, their perception. Is this something they really want? Can they really see pursuing, a serious relationship with you? Not just the short term, but long term. Does it really hold that long term potential? And I feel like so for some of them it might, and for others, I feel like they're still trying to work on that. They're still trying to figure out how you fit in the world. So I feel like you're gonna have to be a little patient. Give it a little more time. Don't rush this. You can't rush love like that song is and that saying. Because in the center, here's this Five of Swords. This is really like you wanting to fight and give it your all right here. You're willing to give this person everything you got. I feel like, for some of y'all, you might even be willing to travel across the world to even be with them if they're at a distance. But I feel like you want to make them the center of your world too. Because I have the World card right here. They hold that much of your heart or that much of your life. And here they are, Page of Cups. Still, this younger energy coming through. I feel like for some of them, they're not as emotionally mature or as emotionally intelligent, we'll say, as maybe you are. So maybe they're not either as experienced when it comes to love, or they've never really taken love that seriously, or they're not that hopeless romantic type like maybe you are. But I feel like they want to try, you know, and be more of that person. I feel like for some of them who are willing to try and work on this and see where it goes, I feel like they're willing to try and tap into that side. They're willing to be a little more vulnerable with you. You bring them a sense of security, a sense of safeness where they feel like they can let their hair down, so to speak. They can take off their coat and feel at ease, being in your presence, even being, in your arms, or they can see that potential of combining households and living under one roof. Some of them do see you this way. They do see this potential, but I still feel there's some of them that still, there's an immaturity here. There's this childishness to them that they aren't ready to take this seriously yet. It is not to say that they don't care for you. I just feel like there's, some younger people out there who are like, no, I'm too young. I'm not ready to settle down. I'm not looking for my future wife or husband yet. I still want to see what else is out there. Okay. So again, beautiful people, place this where it fits, how it resonates. All right. The advice, Spirit saying, here you are in the Hierophant energy. This is you wanting, again, this commitment. You want to make this serious. You want to make this official. The Hierophant will normally mean marriage, or even either proposal or marriage. But it just can also just mean a higher level of commitment. And this is what you want from this person. Um, Again, I feel like you're going to have to give it time to grow. I feel like, again, Spirit saying don't rush this. You know, give them a chance to choose. You know, you're choosing them, right? You want them forever. You know, that's how some of you are seeing this. Now allow them to decide if they really see you forever. Um, and I feel like this means that they're gonna have to take some time out, possibly even away from you, to go into the hermit mode, to kind of discover themselves. And you're going to have to give them that opportunity to do so, to decide, to really be by themselves, to isolate themselves, to go within, to really ask themselves without any distraction, without any interruption, without any pressure from you or anyone else telling them what they should think, how they should feel, what they should do, but them being alone with themselves and even maybe being out in Mother Nature to be able to really think this through, to contemplate, to go into self-reflection mode and to find those answers within and maybe have their own talk with the universe, with their spirit guides, or with their past over loved ones, looking for a sign, asking, or is this the one? And then I feel like they will come in and make that choice. And it's a matter if you still want them to. But there's a choice. There's this fork in the road that you and them are going to have to choose. Are you all in to win it or not? But you're going to have to respect each other's boundaries. I feel you're also going to have to give each other that time and understand that you can't expect each other to be perfect right on the spot. We all are growing every day. We're changing constantly. So it's a matter of does this person want to grow with you? Do they want to see you grow? Do they see you as someone that brings out the best in them, to make them want to grow more, to want to be better, just as much as maybe you want to grow to be better for them and for yourself, but even for this relationship as a whole? Because, even though there's two people, you're still going to eventually, if you're looking at a serious commitment with the Hierophant, it's going to be two becoming one solid team. So give it time. Don't rush it. Don't put the pressure on them. Don't get easily frustrated either, Spirit said. Give it a chance and allow this person to decide. You make your decision, okay, allow them that time now. Introspection. And maybe while they're looking and spending that time, maybe alone, maybe they're going somewhere for the weekend, because here in the US it's 4th of July weekend, Friday. So it's a 3-day weekend. Maybe they're going somewhere with their family. And maybe that's the time that they'll take to kind of really, think about you and think about y'all as a whole. Where do they see you in their future or in their life presently? So give them that opportunity. Maybe this is time to kind of back off a little bit. I'm not saying completely shut them off, but, instead of like, message them, 10, 20 times a day, maybe only, message them once or twice, say good morning, hi, how you doing, wish them a great day. And then maybe you message them late at night before you go to sleep. Oh, I was just thinking about you. I had a good day or whatever. I just want to let you know I'm thinking of you, wishing you sweet dreams, good night, kind of thing. Instead of, every few hours. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I saw this or this or that, constantly sharing your day with them. Don't overload them, is what Spirit's saying. Give them a chance to breathe a little bit. You know, as much as you're trying to make them a priority, as I feel many of y'all are, letting them know they are a priority, give them a chance to also see you as a priority if they're going to see you that way, but also give them a chance to also engage and live, the other parts of their life too. Because there's other people I feel that are important to this person that they want to also speak to, give their time to, even if it's just their family, build on those connections. So take it one step at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. But if you can do that, like here you are, Knight of Cups, wanting to offer them a cup of love, be that romantic, nurturing, knight in shining armor, cut type energy, offering your heart, your soul, pulling out the rose petals, if, candle lit dinner, that type of energy, sweep them off their feet, because you see them again as your forever ever, happily ever after with this 10 of Pentacles. So I feel like Spirit's saying, if you can be patient, give it a little time, you will end up getting and having this person. And I feel like they're going to really see you the same way if you give them a little bit of time and be patient without rushing it. And I think as a whole, here they are coming in as the Empress or Emperor, my ladies, Empress for the gentlemen, Emperor for my ladies. Place it where it fits, but you see them in this energy. You see them, as a strong leader. You see them as a strong role model. You see them as an equal. You see them as a great solid partner to build a foundation and where you can build something great, like y'all's own empire, as I would say. So Spirit's saying you can have that if you've listened to this. Give them the time and patience and understanding for them to really think and figure things out without rushing or putting that stress or pressure on them right now. All right, beautiful people. I know that's hard to do, especially when we want something. We want it now, and we don't want to wait. All right, beautiful people. So, the other cards, the oracle cards I have for y'all, and I can't make this up, beautiful people. From the gods of the spinning, I can talk. From the gods of the hidden realms, love and partnership. Here it is. And this is all about collaboration, relationships, better together, intimacy, romantic love. This can even be business alliances. And it's also about power dynamics, okay? So it says human beings are by nature intended to love, to belong, to grow together, and to evolve with each other, with nature, and with spirit. Good partnerships are based in being reciprocal in care, mutual respect, and acceptance. Now is the time to focus on your relationships, for this is an important cycle in your life. If you are open to beginning a new romantic relationship, be ready for it. Current relationships will deepen at this time as you give space for the other to be more of themselves, freeing you both to a greater expression of the beloved. It is divine will for you to find harmony and coherence as you're given the opportunity to heal old patterns and weave new ones together. Business partnerships and alliances are highlighted now too, as you attract the right people to support your work in the world. Keep in mind your primary relationship is first with spirit. Every relationship is an aspect of the divine, as are you, and we are all better together in the dance of destiny. So be willing to dance with destiny, beautiful people. Maybe it's a matter of changing something, change a routine, or, being willing to, give a little more of yourself in order to get the same mutual love and care and attention back, or building those alliances. This, like I said, this could be, a friend. This can be romantic. I rate it more romantic than anything. But this can be a friend. This can be a family member. This can even be a business partnership or relationship of some kind. Place it how it fits. And then there's another meaning to this. And for someone, this message is for you. You'll know who it's for. Like I said, take what resonates. It says relationships work best when the roles and power dynamic are understood and agreed upon. However, they are not meant to remain rigid or static. Fluidity is necessary for growth and personal evolution. Issues arise when there are hidden agendas and unhealthy power dynamics. Now is the time to inventory the relationships that make you feel unsafe and ask how they serve you. Especially look for enmeshment and codependency. Ask yourself these questions. Are you making yourself small? Are you unable to set boundaries? Do you sense old patterns rising up? What are you no longer willing to tolerate? It's not about placing blame, it's about accountability and choice. You do have a choice. Even if the path is new and you need to be brave, you are ready. That said, there is always something to learn, even from our most difficult or devastating relationships. Just remember, not all relationships last forever, yet each will leave you with a gift. Some obvious, some in strange wrapping. The best ones are always win-win. So maybe it's a power dynamic too, of how learning how to treat each other as equals, being fair, instead of it being unhealthy. Where it feels like one has more power than the other. So that could be what could prevent this relationship from continuing on, from building. Like someone feels like, they don't get as much say, or maybe their emotions or their feelings don't matter as much as the other. Or maybe there's someone who constantly feels misunderstood, or they don't feel like you don't listen to them with intention. Do you intently listen to them? Do you intently take a step back and ignore the outside world, everyone else around you, and focus on them and only them? Or do you allow other people to interrupt when you're engaging in a conversation with them, as an example? I don't know about y'all, but for me, when I have conversations with people one on one, it really does annoy me when other people try to intervene. Or it's like, if I'm middle of saying something, someone comes, up and talks to them while they're on the phone, and it's like, listen, do you not see that that person's on the phone? It's like those boundaries aren't there, and then the whole conversation gets lost. Maybe it doesn't seem, as important to you, but maybe it's important to the other person. Think of it, like I said, yes, use my example, because I listen intently. I try not to allow other distractions come in and interrupt. Because, when you allow other people to interfere or interrupt, especially when you're having a one-on-one conversation, that's when a lot of messages, a lot of the conversation and what you're trying to relay gets lost. It doesn't get heard. It doesn't get absorbed. You only heard half of what that person said. But did you digest all of it? No, because your attention got taken away from them, put elsewhere. I'm not saying there might not be a valid reason where someone else may come and interrupt it, but, it'll be, for everyone, it's going to be different. But I'm just giving you an example. Maybe there's something else here where this person doesn't feel like they're getting enough from you to want to take it to the next level. Maybe it scares them. Maybe you don't feel they'll be as fulfilled as you feel fulfilled with them. Maybe there's a sense of complacency. Are you being too complacent? This person may want to grow, but are you being too comfortable where you're at right now? You're not willing to change. You're not willing to do better, give more, or make your life better for them. They're just supposed to accept things as they are. That's not showing a lot of love and care, to being a team. So how does that balance out? You see, you could present it in so many different ways, beautiful people. So you take it how it fits, how it resonates. All right. Oh, Lord. What are y'all talking about? Okay. The other few oracle messages I have here, beautiful people. I pulled 2 cards from one of my romantic love oracles. First one is Love's True Path. And it says, trust that you are on the right path to discovering true love. The universe is aligning circumstances to lead you to a relationship where love flows naturally and effortlessly. So Spirit's saying you're on love's true path. If you're really looking for it, Spirit's saying you're on it right now. And if you feel like you haven't found it yet or you're not there yet, Spirit saying a divine timing, because that's the other card that came out. Divine timing. Trust that the universe is bringing your soulmate to you at the perfect time. Divine timing. Ensure that you are both ready to embrace the love and lessons this relationship offers. So you can't rush love. Maybe it's not the person you're connecting with now, but maybe Spirit has your soulmate already on the horizon, but they can't bring them forward to you yet, or allow you to find them because it's not the right timing yet. Maybe there's something that has to change, whether it's you, maybe it's the other person, maybe it's both. But it will happen when it's meant to. Trust in that. And then I have a message from the universe. And it says, you can't do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Change comes from thinking thoughts you've never thought before and showing up to meet them down streets you've never walked before. You know, like you always hear me say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. It means you got to do something different to change the outcome. Stop being stubborn and rigid and feeling like, no, you're right. Spirit saying you're not. It's time to adapt. It's time to pivot. So are you willing to take that chance and pivot? Adjust to have a different outcome, especially if this is something you really want? And then the angel card I have for y'all is Star Beings. When written in the stars, there is a great mystery unfolding at this time. All the synchronicities and signs you are experiencing are not coincidences. They are spirit-led experiences to let you know that you are on the right path. Trust in this. Where you are is where you need to be. Stay committed to your vision because star beings are guiding your dreams into reality. And the positive affirmation here is, thank you, star beings, for guiding my vision into reality. Thank you, star beings, for guiding my vision into reality. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading, again, that was a general collective reading. It was not a personal reading. So take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something don't fit, don't force it to fit. If you want a personal reading from me, I do offer them. The info is on this board back behind me. But tonight's Rebel Night. I'm not doing personal questions tonight. I got 2 decks that I have oracle cards that I pull from. And it's just, you know, a spirit message. Whatever spirit feels like you need to hear from these 2 decks that I'm pulling from tonight. Plus a Rebel deck, which is for laughs and giggles to lighten the mood. But if you do have a personal question, you're more than welcome to come back to me tomorrow night, where I will do more of my in-depth readings where you can buy a personal reading from me. Because, beautiful people, I'm taking this weekend off. So if you want a personal reading from me, you have tomorrow night. That's it. Because I'm not going to be here Friday, Saturday, and more likely I won't be here Sunday either. Okay, so y'all would have to wait till I return Monday. Unless you book a personal, private, one-on-one reading with me. Then there's that. But you would have to email me for that info. Alright, my beautiful people. Hi, Aussie girl. Hi, everyone else that came in the room. And you're welcome, honey. And while y'all beautiful people are here, since more of y'all came, thank you for coming. I want to share something with y'all. Something happened earlier today. Right after I woke up, I was on one of my Soul Tribe Sisters channels, being there for love and support. And I mean, within a couple minutes of me being there, I'm watching this chat, and my soul sister's doing a reading for someone. You know, a person asked a question, so she and, you know, someone she would collaborate with was doing this reading. And someone else in the chat was in there trying to talk to this person that asked the question, trying to offer pretty much their 2 cents. And One of the mods had stepped in and said that they were being rude. And, you know, the person thinks they were being helpful by trying to offer their 2 cents thought the mod was being rude. So I intervened and I said, no, you're being rude. Okay. The person who asked the question asked the readers. They did not ask you, they asked them. You intervene. That's what's rude. You don't do that, you know. So, beautiful people, I want y'all to hear me out. And I know y'all are very helpful. I know y'all offer y'all's love and support to each other. But understand me, especially when I'm reading, I'm not trying to listen to y'all, okay? And don't take that personally. When someone pays me for a reading, I'm focused on them and only them. Or even when I'm doing the general collective, I'm not trying to pay too much attention to the chat. I'm trying to tap into spirit. I'm trying to tap into y'all's energy collectively so I can read for y'all. Otherwise, you know, constantly me stopping, trying to say hello everybody to everybody, then trying to answer any questions, that takes me out of being tapped in. And the messages may not be as clear. It messes with the energy. So be respectful in that way, okay? No matter whether it's my channel or someone else's, okay? Don't intervene. Please do not try and get the reader's attention when they're reading, okay? Be patient. You know, hopefully they'll acknowledge you as I try my best to do when I'm done reading for the person I'm reading for. But also be respectful of the person who paid for that reading, who asked the question. Okay, they asked me, or they asked whoever they paid. They're not looking for comments from you at the time. I need their energy to be focused with me so I can stay focused with them. Okay, if you have any suggestions for them, any advice or encouragement, I'm not against y'all offering that, but wait until I'm done because I need their time and attention. And y'all in there trying to talk to them in the middle of them trying to listen to me, it's just rude to me. Okay, it's rude to the person, like I said, who paid good money for my time and attention for me to read for them, and it's also rude to me. Okay, so please be mindful, be respectful. Wait until the reading is done, then you can tell them whatever it is you want, but until then, let them focus in on me. That's what I need from y'all. Thank you, Sunnyland. No, it wasn't you, Bob. But you know what I'm talking about, baby. Hi, Catherine. I don't know what you're talking about, Debs. I don't think you were there, sweetheart. But I could be wrong. And hey to you. You know, it's just, like I said, I need that person focused in my energy. Because that's the only way I'm be accurate. You know, otherwise y'all's energy intervening in it, it gets caught up in their energy. And it can be a little messy, we'll say. Oh, Debs, that's not what I was referring to, honey. But if y'all did that last night, which I do think I saw a couple of y'all doing that, yeah, just be mindful, okay? I need the person I'm reading for focused on me and only me. I need them to hear me. Okay? Yeah, they can choose to ignore you, right? But it's distracting. I need them to focus on what I'm saying because I need them to engage with me just as much as I need to engage in their energy and only theirs. Like I said, if y'all want to say something to them after the reading's over, I have no problem with that. But please don't do it during the reading. Don't try and get my attention. That's why it's always good when you enter a stream. Read the room first. Okay? Don't sit there and, keep, like I've seen in the past, like someone keeps saying hi, trying to get that person's attention. Maybe they're doing something. Maybe take a time and breathe. What is the person on the screen doing? Maybe they're in the middle of doing a reading, so be patient. They're not ignoring you. Maybe they're doing something already for someone that they paid them good money. Just understand me, beautiful people. I want y'all to be there for each other. I want y'all to offer y'all's love and support and y'all's thoughts and opinions. Like I said, I'm nothing against it. Just please don't do it during the reading. That's all I ask. Because it can be very distracting and it, like I said, it can be rude. But no, Debs, that's not what I was referring to, honey. This happened today, not last night. It was in someone else's stream, and I watched it happen. And that person ticked me off because they took it personally, like it was an attack when I was just trying to educate them. So, but I can't, understand me, beautiful people. I'm not coming down on y'all. I understand if you don't know, you don't know. That's why I'm explaining this to y'all too. Because y'all may not know. Y'all may not think of it that way. So, that's why I'm trying to explain this to y'all now. In case I've done a crappy job explaining that to y'all in the past. And that's on me, okay? Because it was just uncalled for, that person from earlier. Like I said, it was on someone else's channel. Hi, Jedi. Thank you, beautiful. I'm glad you understand that, y'all. I know y'all understanding. Well, Catherine, thank you for apologizing, honey. I don't know of any time you've done that, honey. But, if you think you've done that, that's okay. Just be mindful of it now, y'all. Because then there's other people, y'all, who've come into this stream. And, like, we'll all be having a conversation, a chat of something. And instead of it being, like, kind of like what we're talking about, they just suddenly pull something else out of, out of thin air, we can say. And it's not appropriate for the stream. And that happened last night, and I had to let that person know. I didn't say their name, but I know that person knows who I was talking to. So, I will speak up and let y'all know when I see things. Like I said, I think I try to be fair. I give everyone an opportunity. I don't try and come down on y'all, but some just don't seem to get it. They don't learn how to read the room or, how to handle things differently. So, hi, Judith. Like I said, Debs, and Sunnyland kind of explained it. And yes, Sunnyland, because I didn't want to say who it involved, but it involved Sunnyland earlier, okay? So, she was the mod. I was just there visiting. And I ended up having to defend her in there, because I didn't like the way that person spoke to her. And then it got all blown out of proportion. So, hi, Conley Luda. How you doing, baby? I did get your email, Conley Luda. I'm sorry I haven't been able to respond back, baby, but I'll be in touch soon, okay? Hi, David. What happened? Earlier today, I was on one of my soul sisters' channel, watching there for support, and she was doing a reading. She did a collaboration with someone, another reader, and someone was in there. Someone had asked a question, and so she and the person she collaborated with were doing a reading for the person who asked the question. And somebody else in the chat just randomly decided to offer their own 2 cents during the reading, and it was rude. And so one of my mods in here, Sunnyland, had told them it was rude. And that person just blew it all out of proportion, which there was no need. She was just letting them know, like, it was rude. And so they thought that Sunnyland was being rude. No, Sunnyland wasn't being rude. She was doing her job. But they didn't like it because they didn't like being told they were wrong or doing something wrong. They got very defensive. So I had to intervene and tell them that they were wrong. They intervened into someone else's reading, offering their own 2 cents when it wasn't asked for. When that person didn't ask them for their 2 cents, they were asking the readers who were reading. I mean, I'm sure the person wouldn't have mine, but there's a time and place of when you do things too. So I was saying this in general. When I'm reading, I'm not trying to pay attention to everyone. I'm only focused on the person I'm reading for. You know, even when I'm doing the general collective, I'm trying to tap into all of y'all's energy at once. And if I'm constantly stopping just to say hi to everyone at the time or trying to answer a question or whatever, my energy gets interrupted, right? Because then I break my connection to y'all. And so it may not be as clear, the messages. So that's why I'm saying wait until the reading's over. If you have any comments, you know, suggestions for me or whoever I'm reading for, that's different. But at least wait until it's over. Or wait to at least, you know, try and get my attention too. I try and acknowledge everybody when it's over. But some people just don't know. Um, they don't know how to read the room, we'll say. Yeah, they really did make a stink of it. It was uncalled for. Hi, Angel Oz. Hi, Aussie Girl. Who else is here? I said hi to you, Moonchild, Bob, Kindly Luda, Debs. Hi, Judith. Who else? I know I said hi to you, Catherine. Hi, David. To you again. Hi, Jedi. Let's see. Sunnyland, Jedi. Yeah. I know I said hi to you, Eternal Light and Scott. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Hi, beautiful people. Well, Bob, I know Sunnyland has a good way of doing it. I watched her do it before where she'll tell everybody, listen, you know, Amanda or the Empress, you know, whatever Sunnyland will call me by. She's doing a personal reading for someone right now. Please be patient. Let her do her reading. And when she's done, she will address you then. It's something along those lines. I've seen Sunnyland say it before. Sunnyland can tell you. I've seen her say it multiple times, but I mean, that would help. It would help, like I said, because this chat's constantly going and I can't keep track of it, like I said, because I'm trying to only focus on the one person I'm reading for at the time. And the other thing is it distracts y'all. Because see, what everybody doesn't understand either is that even if I'm doing a personal reading for someone who paid me for a reading, some of those messages may also resonate with you. Even though you weren't the one that paid for the personal reading and it's for someone who paid, doesn't mean that those messages could not be meant for you too. There might be something in there. So it helps to listen because there might be other messages you catch from other people's personal readings that you may not think might be for you, but it might resonate with you too. So if it feels like it resonates, take it. It was meant for you to hear too. So that's the other thing, is I think it does cause a distraction with others. True to Kindly Ludo, there are the trolls, which I started changing the settings for the stream to subscribers only, and they gotta wait 5 minutes to comment. So, and I think that's helped to, you know, keep the trolls at bay a little bit more. But some of them, you know, still want to come here act a fool, so we handle them. But it doesn't seem to be nearly as bad. Yeah, Sunnyland, it's possible too, because they were saying that's the first time they've been there, and then they said they won't be back because they felt like they were just, I don't know, we were being mean to them. It's like, no, you misunderstood. Because it's like, I've even watched people, and it happened once or twice in my channel, but it's been months ago, and those people got booted. Um, when I was in here doing a reading, while I'm reading for someone else came in here who reads themselves, decided to pour their 2 cents and were pulling cards. Trying to read for the same person that paid me to do a reading for them. That was rude. And that nonsense, I have no tolerance for. You know, if you want to read for people, start your own channel. Don't do it on mine. That kind of thing. You know, like I said, you got comments, suggestions, that I don't mind, but just be mindful. You know, wait till the reading's over. I'm not saying don't chat with each other, but don't try and get my attention or the person I'm reading for. Just wait until the reading's done to try and talk to either one of us, and then it can be addressed then. Otherwise, you try and doing it in the middle of a reading, I may not see it already. You know, I might miss it because, like, again, like I said, I'm only focused on the person who paid me. So I'm paying attention to their comments and their comments only. You know, so I'm not trying to ignore y'all, but understand me, I am. But don't take it personally. It's that I'm only focused on the person who paid me to read for them. That's who I need to be focused on. Everyone else kind of gets put to the side for the moment. I know y'all are understanding of that. I'm just explaining to make sure y'all understand this. So, you know, but yeah, I did not like the way that person was with you earlier, Sunnyland. And I could have said more, but I wasn't going to do it because it wasn't my stream. It wasn't my channel. It wasn't my place. But I was going to make sure I stood up for you as I would do for anyone. And I let the person who has that channel know how I felt. And they did agree with me. So, Sunnyland, don't feel like you did anything wrong, okay? Because what I did not like too was the person they collaborated with had said something to you and I felt they were wrong. Now, there was a lot of what they said that I agreed with, but there was a portion of it I did not. But I could not get in there and sort it out right there in front of everybody. And I know that person, but I don't know them. Okay, I know you, and I know the person's channel we were on, whose chat we were in, a lot better than I know the other person that they were reading with. You know, I probably have maybe talked to her maybe a dozen times in the past year that I've been on YouTube. So I really don't know her. I don't have that kind of connection like I do with y'all. So yeah, Angel Eyes, it happens often. But like I said, you know, if you don't know, you don't know. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm explaining it to y'all now. If you don't know, okay, I get it. But you know, that's why I'm saying it. So now that you know, just be mindful of that. You know, and it's not just doing it in my channel, but if you go on other people's channels who read or whatever, just think of it in that context. You know, because it takes a lot to try and separate our energy from the rest of y'all and only tap into the person who asked us the question, who paid us, you know, for the reading and such. So that's why I always enjoy doing one-on-one private readings. You know, that's not streamed. Because understand me, when you pay for a one-on-one private reading that's not streamed, understand me, it's just me and you. There's nobody else there. Okay, because I'm not going to have anybody in my office when I'm, you know, reading for a client. Unless you got someone in your house or wherever you're at, you know, that's different. I can't control that. But you would be the paying client. I'm just saying that, you know, I can tap more into your energy. I'm more solid in that way, you know. Not saying it has to be. Obviously, I can read very well here with a lot of energy, but I'm more trying to target on the one person who asked me the question. So, my channel is the only reader channel you do, Conley Luda. Well, thank you, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you for the love and the loyalty. I appreciate it very much. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? Miss Rose, tonight, honey, I'm doing theme readings only. If you want to wait till tomorrow night, I can do a love reading for you. Because I have several oracle decks. But tonight it's Rebel Night, so it's the theme night. I got 2 oracle decks that I've already picked for the night, which before, you know, in case y'all are interested, this is what I pulled for tonight. I got the Dragon Riders Oracle, which is pretty cool. And I have the Archangel Animal Oracle. And then I can't forget what this night is. It is Rebel Night. So here's my Rebel deck too to go with it. So yeah, Miss Rose, if you want a personal love reading, if you would like, kindly wait till tomorrow if you can. I do in-depth readings. They're $40 US. If you do it through Super Chat, understand me, it's double beautiful because YouTube takes half the money. Ouch. You're addicted. Oh, not sweet, Jason. I'm happy you heard from her. The alien deck. I don't have an alien deck. This is the Archangel Animal deck. And the Dragon deck. It's one of my Dragon decks. So tonight it's mini theme readings. I'm pulling from those 2 decks in the Rebel deck, and it's $5 US through PayPal, Zelle, or Venmo. If you do it through the Super Chat, it's $10, beautiful people. You're so funny, Angel Eyes. You like that, Conley Luda? A theme night? Yeah, I thought it'd be pretty cool. Kind of lighten it up. It was supposed to be my way to come back to work after having a couple of days off, but I might be switching my schedule up a little bit, so. All right, beautiful people. Oh, dang. It's 11:30. I didn't realize how late it was. So. Yeah, she got me to laugh a little. Thank you, honey. Thank you for the giggle. Because I do have my Rebel game deck, too. Which is also fun. Of course, I think some of the sayings in there are a little silly, but, you know. Okay. I need to run to the ladies' room, y'all. If y'all can be patient with me, I'll be back. Excuse me, y'all. myself checking over that box. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, my beautiful people. Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Goat cheese is not good even with honey. Yeah, that don't sound appetizing, kindly Luda. I love pepper jack. That's my favorite. But I do like feta cheese too. And I like some of the other ones. I mean, yeah, I'll eat cheddar. I'll eat provolone. I like blue cheese. But my favorite is pepper jack. It's got to be spicy. Even just a little bit. Okay. Pepper jack's your favorite too? Thank you, Sunnyland. Yeah, I love pepper jack. Like, I eat pepper jack with everything. If I got pepper jack, that's what I want. That's my first choice every time. And then it just depends on what I'm eating. But and the cheesier, the better. You know, I'm that person. I like extra. I like extra, extra, extra cheese. I'll never forget, years ago, it's been some years since I've been in that restaurant. But I'm sure y'all been to Olive Garden. You know, the chain restaurant, the Italian restaurant. And you know how they come around and they bring you the big salad bowl, you know, that you share with, you know, who you're there with. And they, you know, sprinkle all the fresh shredded cheese on there. And, you know, they'll start, you know, doing it until you tell them to stop. I wear their arm out. They normally got to use a whole block of cheese. And sometimes they still need to add more. That's how much cheese I want. Boar's head is good. I eat boar's head. It's just ungodly expensive is all for me. I'll usually get their lunch meat. And I've gotten their cheese before, but the other cheese I eat that's pepper jack is by Sargento. That's the one I normally get. Y'all always talk about food. What are you talking about, Judith? You're normally the one to start it. Between you, Bob, who else? Somebody's always talking about food. Oh, Red Lobster's biscuits. Oh, yes, honey. Those are good, too. Did you know you can buy the mix at the store and make it at home? One of my relatives found this secret ingredient to how to make it taste just like Red Lobster's. Oh, well, Cheesecake Factory's a whole nother one. Olive Garden, like I said, is good. I'm not a big Italian person, but I don't mind it once in a while. It's just not something I can eat regularly. I'm just not a big pasta person. I'm not a big pasta bread person. I don't even eat a lot of rice. And that's saying a lot since, you know, y'all know I'm part Asian, so. That it is, kindly Luda. See? You know, Bob, well, you're the one that's always asking me if I've eaten. So, it's normally you, baby. But yeah, like I said, if I could have a pick on what I could eat every day, I would rotate it between steak Mexican food, and Asian food. That's what I pretty much rotated around. I mean, even, you know, I don't have to have steak every, you know, 2-3 days, but I need some kind of beef every few days. Do they, Carly Luda? Yeah, there's a secret to it. And I'll have to ask them what it is. They told me, but it's been a while, so I'd have to ask them again what the secret is. But they made them, and it tasted just like Red Lobsters. And they were good. So, okay. Let me get these decks out, y'all. You know, Bob, I did munch quickly before I started the stream. I don't know if that counts as eating, but it's better than nothing, baby. Steak, Italian, Mexican. But 1,000% steak, yeah. Well, see, you know, I'm even picky about my steak. I don't, I'm a filet mignon girl, so I'm picky. And it better be medium rare, or I'll just say it better not be no more than medium, or I'm not touching it. So it better still be mooing at me. That sounds good, Judith. See, y'all trying to make me hungry. I don't think I've ever had bacon wrapped steak yet. If I have, maybe once. I don't recall, though. I don't remember it. Yes, Judith, there has to be mooing. Has to be, or I won't touch it. So, one of the chain steakhouses I eat at is Longhorns, and they put like they sprinkle blue cheese crumbs on top of the steak, so I'll eat like a blue cheese crusted filet, and I always tell them to put extra blue cheese on it too, and they do, and it isn't enough, y'all. So I want some cheese for every bite, see, and you know. And if I cut the filet, well, that little piece I cut off, well, I'm probably going to cut that piece in half. So, you don't like blue cheese? No, I do. It's not my top favorite, but I will eat it with certain things. Like, there's a great wedge salad out there. And it normally, you can get it with any type of dressing, but I think standard it comes with blue cheese. And it's good. I like it, but I know it's good with ranch dressing too, which I do like ranch. None of y'all like blue cheese, huh? I get it. It's all right. I guess I gotta be different, huh? Like I said, it's not my favorite, but I will eat it. They do have Parmesan too, but it don't taste, I don't know, it needs a flavor of something other than just the salt and pepper. You know, Chris, there's a restaurant here in Atlanta. Their prices are like that. And it sounds something similar to what you described, but it doesn't have blue cheese. They have it is a peppercorn steak. But I think they use red peppercorns on it, and they put mushrooms and onions on it too. And they put it on a like a flat potato pancake underneath, and they have like a sauce that it sits in. So instead of it being on a flat plate, it's normally served in like a bowl because of the sauce, like the gravy. And I always tell them extra gravy. I have to have extra gravy. Have to. I don't like Ruth Chris, Catherine. I'm not a fan. It's, Ruth Chris is like, for me, if I were to compare, I would say Longhorns is better. Ruth Chris is, I was not impressed when I went. I've been 2 separate times and I was not impressed. But that's me. That's my taste, you know. Then there is another steakhouse. It's called Stony River. It's closer. It's outside of Atlanta, but it's closer to where I live. And that would be my second choice. And it's really good, but it's not as good as the one in Atlanta. But they still got some of the same things. It might be a little different, but yeah, Ruth Chris is overpriced to me. I won't pay that kind of money for that. And I'm not impressed. If I'm pay that kind of money, I'm going to Chops. Chops is worth the money. Ruth Chris is not. That'd be like going to that Brazilian steakhouse that I always hear people talk about. And I know some of y'all heard me mention it before. I went last year. And it was my first time going. And I've heard people brag about it. Oh, I was so disappointed. It wasn't even funny. $75 a person. And it's a Brazilian steakhouse. Fugo de Chow's is what it's called. And it's a buffet. And you get all these different meats, or you're supposed to. And you're supposed to get as much of the meats as you want, but I didn't get any filet. Like the servers who were coming around serving the meat, the guy with the filet never came to my table. So I never got any of the filet. I was disappointed in that. Some of the other meats I tried, I mean, it was good. $75 worth? No. I would never spend that money there again. I mean, their salad bar was good. $75 worth? No, was not. So, but at least I can say I went and I know what it's like and I know I won't be back. When someone else wants to pay for my meal, I would even still question that. I'd be like, no, don't you want to go somewhere else better and get your money's worth? Kind of thing. So, then there is another restaurant called Houston's. That's like a Chops or Stony River like, but it's still not as good as the other two. It's good, but not as good. Oh, I would never be able to eat $75 worth of food in that place. And the crappy part is you can't even take anything home with you. So, nope. Or what do y'all think about like that fondue restaurant? The fondue restaurant here, it's called Melting Pot. And I just don't see spending $100 for 2 people, maybe a little bit more, to sit here and cook my own food. I understand it's the experience. I understand part of it's the ambiance of it, but no, if I'm gonna have to cook my own food, I might as well stay at home. So, I don't see the point in that. The only thing the server will cook right there is they'll mix up the cheese, because you get a cheese and bread, which is an appetizer you have to order, and the dessert. But the meat itself, you have to sit there and, you know, put it on the skewer and put it in the cooking pot. So, $75 buys you breakfast for a week. I think that could buy a lot of people breakfast, but Melting Pot's not for you either, Sergeant Curtis. Yeah, it's not for me. It's not something I want to go spend my money at. But one of my relatives loves it. That's their favorite place, so they enjoy going there. No, I mean, that's them. I ain't got no problem with it. It's just not for me. There's only one time out of 25 years I can ever think of since knowing that place exists that I had to have it. But what I was craving was the cheese and bread. I wasn't craving anything else. I wanted the cheese and bread for whatever reason. So I had to go settle that craving. All right. It was amazing for you one time when you were in love. It is the experience. I get that. But like I said, it's not something that, when I think of eating out, like I said, I'm not thinking of trying to cook for myself. That's what I'm paying the restaurant for, for the cooks to cook and, the servers, that's what I'm thinking of. So I'm not in there paying y'all just for the, food for me to sit there and cook half of it. I'm not a breakfast person either. I've never been a big breakfast person. I like breakfast foods, but I'm not a breakfast person. And I'm not a big lunch person either. Is that right, Conley Luda? I mean, I could put some food away. You take me to Chops and I'll put away some food. You ever want to see me eat, you got to take me to Chops because I'll eat. I'll take some tacos too, Moonchild. Like I said, I love my Mexican food. Y'all are funny. Let's go. Chops. Oh, you want to go to Chops, Conley Luda? When I go, baby, it's a 5-course meal. Just so you know. Y'all making me hungry. That's not nice. Like, I'm about to find me a peanut butter Reese's cup or something. I started it. I mean, no, y'all was talking about food when I came back. And I just said something about it. That's cool, Angel Eyes. Conley Luda, Chops is a fine dining restaurant in Buckhead in Atlanta. It's like a 4 or 5-star restaurant type. And so everything's a la carte. So when you order, like if you think you're going to go in there, you used to go to other restaurants, you order entree, normally comes with 2 sides, right? Not this restaurant. You order your meat, that's a la carte. And then you order whatever sides you want to go with it. That's also a la carte. But the sides, normally you can get it like in a small order or a large order. So it could feed like 2 to 4 people. And then, of course, the appetizers. We all know you got to pay separately for those too. And I get 3 of those. I get the soup, the salad, and the crab cake. And then I can't forget dessert. So, like I said, I can go there and eat. And it's worth it. And I still got plenty left over to take home and feed me the next day too. There's nothing wrong with that, Conley Luda. I don't mind eating at home, but I need to go out to eat too. I enjoy eating out. Well, he's not here right now, Shelby. He may or may not be here because he works at night. So like when I go to Chops, their crab cakes is about this big and it's about this thick and it's filled with crab meat, fresh crab meat. And it sits in like a hollandaise sauce. Um, when I get their spinach salad, it can normally feed 2 people. You can split one salad and it'll feed 2 people. And that they serve table side because they heat up. There's mushrooms in it, but there's something else in it too. And that's good. Um, then they got lobster bisque soup that I get. And then, like I said, the entree, it's a 14-ounce filet mignon. I get a side order of garlic mashed potatoes, and I get cream spinach and cream of corn or broccoli, one of the two. And then I get the dessert to go. So when I go, that I eat. So much so that the cooks there, the servers there, they know me. They remember me so well that one of the times I went there last, they ran up to me and they were so excited to see me. And they're like, oh my gosh, we always love seeing you. We always love seeing you come in here because you come in here to eat. I busted out laughing. Yeah, I guess they're not used to someone who's small like me sitting down and eating the way I do, but they know I'm coming in there to eat. Yes, honey. 14 ounces. That's what I get. 14 ounces, but I don't eat the whole steak. I end up having to take half of it home. But it's worth it. Oh my goodness. Hi, Mimi. Sweetheart, um, tonight it's theme night, honey. It's Oracle night. That's what the Rebel Wednesday's for. And to do a personal question through Super Chat, it's $10, not 5, because YouTube takes half of it. That's why the board on here says, payment only through PayPal, Zelle, and Venmo. If you want to come back tomorrow, I can, do, I can try and do a mini Oracle message for you. But you'd have to wait till tomorrow night, sweetheart. Because I already got a few decks picked out. So my Wednesdays, I already have 2 Oracle decks picked out already that I'm going to read from that night, plus my Rebel deck. You've never had a beef Wellington? I don't think I have had one either myself, kindly Luda. I don't believe I have. If I have, I don't remember. No, I take that back. I had one on the cruise ship, but I was not impressed. It was nothing to brag about. It could have been, the chef didn't know how to cook it. So, Mimi, if you want to donate another $5, if you want to do it through the Super Chat, honey, it's $10 through the Super Chat, sweetheart. And I can do yours, sweetheart. And thank you for it. Oh, I love garlic mashed potatoes. That's my favorite. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate you, Mimi. All right. Hopefully some of these messages will help you. Oh, my spirit. show me. Maybe, please. Spirit, what message do you have for me, please? And thank you. Ooh. Heart, spirit. Spirit, show me. Wow, that's pretty hard. All right, spirit, show me. Whew. All right, spirit, come on now. Take a step back from my energy. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Curtis. I'm doing I'm doing an oracle reading for tonight. Let's see. Hold on, spirit. Spirit, show me, please, for Mimi. What does Mimi need to know? Well, Mimi, I feel like Spirit's going to try and bless you, honey. You know, I get the energy. You're kind of overthinking things right now, in a general sense. Okay. There's blessings coming towards you, beautiful. Let me get this last card. It's pretty wild. I know you had a love question, beautiful. But I feel like this applies to it. This one card I pulled. And hold on, I'll show you, sweetheart. Spirit, one card, please, and thank you. All right, beautiful Mimi. This is one of my first cards. This is my Archangel Animal Oracle. And the card I got for you is the Ladybird. And it says, accept happiness and good fortune. And I want you to look at this, beautiful. Here's one ladybug here. And here's another one. Like, and there's growth here. You know, it's like this flower is trying to sprout out, trying to open up. You know, and here you are, you know, kind of watching, you know, and waiting for it to kind of, you know, bloom over. And I feel like this is what Spirit's trying to let you know, that there is good things coming. Your happiness, what you put your heart, what you put your time, your attention, your energy into, whether that's with yourself, whether that's in your relationships, no matter whether that's your friendships, your family, romantic, you place this how this fits, beautiful. But I know you had asked something that had to do with a romantic connection. I feel like this represents that. I feel like there is something growing here. I feel like there is this person that has a deeper connection to you. Like if you're wanting this connection to work, if you're questioning, you know, will it? I feel like they are coming towards you because this is all about happiness and good fortune. So take it in love because the ladybugs are here. You know, that's love right there, beautiful. And I love that. And the other one I have here This is one of my Dragon Riders decks. And I have Afrio and Beleza. And this says, a fresh wind is blowing into your life. Believe in your divine guidance and recognize all the gifts along your way. Beautiful. Again, believe in the winds coming your way. Like this card right here. Like, you know, all these seeds you see, this growth is coming your way. That's your goodness. That's your happiness. That's your fortune. That's the things you're dreaming about. Those are the things you desire. Those are the things you're trying to manifest. I just feel like there needs to be a little bit of patience on your part. And you having faith and trust in the universe, in the divine, but even in this connection, but also even in yourself. And also put that faith in that person, but even y'all as a whole. Because, you know, y'all might be two individuals, right? But when you're in a serious relationship, you eventually become one. You know, you don't have to technically be married to become like one, but you tend to come together and join each other. And you know, are partners, you know. Y'all are not just, you know, boyfriend and girlfriend, but y'all become best friends. You know, y'all are there for each other. You know, it's more than just a friendship, and y'all start to think like each other, or y'all mirror each other, like y'all are the same person. Y'all, you know, do things in synchronicities, like, right? So I feel like Spirit's wanting to remind you of this. It's all in divine timing. You know, beautiful, you can't rush a good thing. You know, good things happen in good timing, right? Sometimes, you know, good things come to those who wait, is the saying I was always told. And yes, sometimes it means that, yeah, there's something we can do to kind of encourage it, to bring it in faster, but sometimes it won't still come. We can't force it, right? But it's only going to come forward when the divine feels you're ready, when it's the right timing. And sometimes in order for that to happen as well is you got to make space for that to come in, which means you got to let go of something else. You know, you got to let go of the past. So if there was something that's done, we'll just say in this example, just hypothetically, Mimi, okay? I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm just saying hypothetically, okay? We'll just hypothetically say, like, if y'all are in separation right now, and let's just say that your, you know, significant other, we'll just say that they lied to you about something that hurt you, right? And, you know, it was something serious. It wasn't like a little white lie. It was something very serious. And now you're very deeply hurt. And now you're having trouble trying to get past that, trying to forgive them in order to move on, to move this relationship forward. But at some point in time, beautiful, you're going to have to be able to let go of that and forgive them. And how do you forgive them? Part of forgiving them is letting go of the past, okay? You can't change the past, beautiful. The past is done. All you can do from the past is bring forward the lessons you've learned from the past, the beautiful memories you've made with everyone, and the people you want. But everything else, you got to leave it back there. So I feel like, you know, just as an example, if that's something that's happened, if there's been any kind of, you know, argument or whatever, know that, beautiful. You got to release the past in order for room to make room for this person, you know, or to make that relationship even grow and evolve. So Spirit's asking, be patient and trust your path. Trust what's coming and what's blooming. What they have blooming up in the heavens will come down to earth. Just be patient. Show kindness. You know, in the meantime, beautiful, my advice to you is focus on yourself. Be the best version of yourself you can be. Do something that, you know, you've been thinking about doing, but maybe you put it to the side to kind of keep you busy right now. But what is that one thing that you've been dreaming about doing? Maybe it's, you know, a new hobby, a new interest, like something like that. Invest yourself in you. You know, put that time and attention in yourself. Because at the end of the day, beautiful, you can't make someone love you the way you want them to love you if you don't first love yourself. And how do you teach someone that? By showing them the way you love yourself. That's how they teach and they learn how to love you in return, right? So that's how I feel like you need to focus on. I hope this makes sense, beautiful. And I got a funny card too. This is my sarcastic, funny rebel deck, okay? It might hit home, it may not, but It's meant to be funny. Some of it's funny and some of it's a little blunt, we'll say. So this is the one I pulled. And it says, just say no to scrolling. And it says, skin isn't that smooth. Travel selfies BS. Food pics make you hangry. And people can be effing nut jobs. Take a break. Oh my goodness. Spirit can be so funny sometimes. Yeah, beautiful. And I know it's hard to have patience, especially when you want something so badly. I get that. It's hard for all of us to be patient. But we got to trust in ourselves, have faith in ourselves, and have faith in the universe and divine that they know what they're doing. They're always working on our behalf. They're always trying to do their best to help us. But understand me, beautiful, even if sometimes things don't materialize the way you thought, or you thought that, your spirit team will come through, do not think like you did anything necessarily wrong. Maybe it wasn't meant for you. So what I'm also saying to you, beautiful, is whoever this person is that you had mentioned, if they choose to not come back, take that as God's protection, the divine's protection. That means that person wasn't meant for you. That means the divine has someone better for you. But it still means you got to maybe be a little more patient. In the meantime, do self-love. Do what makes you feel good. That people would say maybe to a point you might be acting selfish in that way. No, that's self-love. Like, I'll give you a prime example of that, Mimi. You see, I got my fancy fingernails, right? I've been getting my nails done since I was 14, 15 years old. But for the past couple of years, I stopped getting my nails done. Actually, it was longer than that. It's been several years. And there were reasons why. Like, there wasn't enough money to do it, that kind of thing, right? And I missed my nails. My nails is part of me. I feel great when I have my nails, right? And so when I started my channel and started doing this, someone kept telling me, they kept saying, Amanda, it's time for you to do something nice for you. You don't do anything nice for you. You don't go anywhere. You're not doing any of those things, so you teach us self-love, but you're not doing it yourself. And that hit home. And that person meant it well. And I know they mean it well. They were trying to remind me, you keep teaching us this, but what about you? Give yourself that self-love too. And so we were talking about my nails, because I kept saying, well, I want to go get my nails done, but I got to wait because I need to make this amount of money first. And I got to pay this bill first. Responsibilities come first, right? I'm responsible that way. And they were like, okay, well, even if you don't have all the money to pay something, can you wait a few days? You need to get your nails done. Do something for you. Make sure you're doing something for you. And if it's just to get your nails done, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. So, and they weren't the only person who told me that. There was someone else who also told me the same thing. So I said, you're right. Yeah, I hear you. So now what do? Once a month, I go get my nails done. I try and make sure I do that because it can be also a hassle for me to go get my nails done. For me, it's like driving an hour and a half one way to get to the nail salon and spend 2.5 hours sitting there getting my nails done and then get in the car, driving an hour and a half back. That's if there's no traffic. So at traffic, it's probably 2 hours. So I had to remind myself that. So in recent months, I started getting my nails done again. And I love my nails. It doesn't make me me, but it's a part of me. It's the way I express myself, the same way I, express myself, the way I dress, that kind of thing. It's my art. It's part of my artistry of me. So, so I hope that helps you, beautiful. I hope, the messages make sense, beautiful. I hope they resonate. And beautiful, thank you. Thank you so very much for being here, for being a part, of my channel, sharing your time and energy with me. And thank you so much for trusting me to read for you, beautiful. It's been an honor. Aw, thank you, Angel Oz. Yeah, right here. These are my nails. It reminds me of like an Oriental Asian design, which I'm part Oriental Asian. So It reminds me of like an oriental fan design like. Ice cream, Scott. Where's mine, baby? Thank you, sweetheart. Yeah, I have to get all the art done on my nails, and that's not cheap. So, but it's worth it to me. Thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, I had them purple before, and purple's my favorite color, but blue's my other favorite color. And this shade of blue. I like the deep royal electric metallic blue, like these nails, so. Oh, Mimi, take a picture of it, beautiful, and email it to me. I'd love to see them, sweetheart. My email is right here on this board. It's in the chat, too. If you look in the top of the chat, it's either going to be the top or it's the bottom. You'll see my name up there highlighting yellow, and there's like a whole pinned comment there. You'll see my email typed in next to where it says Venmo/Zelle. And just send it to me, beautiful. I love to see them. I love nails. I'm a girly girl that way. I appreciate it, honey. Can't wait to see them. Oh my goodness, Kylie Luda. You're a mess, baby. What am I going to do with you? All right. Man. Then I get hot again. Let me see something. Aw. Thank you, Eternal. All right, baby. You're next. Let's see. Okay. Spirit. Thank you, Bob, for posting it. Mimi, my mod just posted my email in the chat for you to see too, honey. Kindly Luda, I get it, baby. Like I said, they take half, so I don't blame you there. So, all right, Eternal Spirit. I get one card for Eternal, please, and thank you. No. All right, Eternal, you ready, baby? Hi, Laura Lynn. How you doing, beautiful? You're not annoying, Bob. Okay, kindly Luda. Well, baby, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for everything. And I'll be in touch with you, baby. So you get some sweet dreams, kindly Luda. And have a good night. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow, baby. And I'll respond with you by the weekend, baby, okay? Okay, Mimi, thank you, sweetheart. I can't wait to see him. I'm going to do Eternal's reading real quick, and then I'll look at the email, sweetheart. Wow. You are not, Bob. Whatever. Much love to you, kindly Luda. Thank you, baby, for everything. All right, Eternal. Well, the one from the Archangel Animal is, you got the bee. It says spread heart healing with joy. So be like this bee. Spread your honey in the air. Spread it all around you, baby. Spread it to your family, your friends, to strangers, to acquaintances. Show them that they can come back from anything. You know, baby, it's like I tell you, you got, things to share of yourself that I feel like a lot of people will gain a lot of guidance and wisdom from you, to where I know, there's a point in time where we've all gone through things in life that could have broke us, could have brought us down and just turned our whole lives completely upside down for the rest of our lives. But we decided to not allow it, and we come back better. We come back stronger. And I feel like you faced that more than once. And I feel like now it's time for you to spread your wings like this bee and spread your love to all these people who need that type of love and healing, the kind of love and healing you have to offer, baby. Just by you being you, you having your own different mentality, mindset, the way you think, the way you believe. Um, Even when it comes to your spirituality, it's different. And I feel like there's a lot there that can be gained, a lot of lessons that can be learned, a lot of wisdom you have that maybe you don't see it in yourself. I think sometimes you still doubt yourself, doubt your confidence, but I feel like it's slowly, as time progresses forward, even as you're still healing yourself, through heartache, whether that's from, past, romantic relationships, even if that's family or friends who have let you down. You haven't allowed it to change you completely. I feel like there was a point in time it almost did, but I guess someone unexpectedly popped up in your life and showed you couldn't be bitter, that there's more out there, gave you hope again. And I feel like you can inspire that hope and that healing in others. And Spirit wants to remind you of that. Because just by you doing that and by you sharing your time and your energy, you offering your time to people, Spirit is going to bless you and reward you. And I feel like it's going to pay dividends for you, baby. And that, doesn't always have to be material or monetary, but that's part of it. But I feel like it's going to be more than that, which I think is beautiful. And the other card I have for you, Eternal, this is the Dragon Riders one, and this is Rose Murda in Abundance. And it says abundance and wealth are now flowing towards you. Prepare to be receptive at every level in order to receive all that awaits you. And Eternal, I feel like I've told you this before. There's a shift. Um, there's a shift coming towards you, baby, that I feel like things are going to get better. I feel like you're going to become more abundant. You know, does that mean that, you're going to like win the lottery overnight or something like that. You know, I'm not saying that's not possible, baby, but that's not what I mean. What I mean by this and what I'm picking up by this is like, this is going to be like something where you'll get that unexpected check in the mail that you weren't looking for, you know, that you forgot. Oh, well, maybe, you know, you overpaid on a bill and they're now refunding you that money that you didn't realize you overpaid on. Or like I said, it could be someone else gifting you some money, or maybe it's you doing a good deed for them and without expecting them to do anything, you know, and for you in return, but they still feel the desire to want to still show you their appreciation. So they unexpectedly drop by and gift you something, you know. Or this can even be like maybe there was a bill that you had that, you know, took the last $100 you have at the end of the month, and maybe now suddenly, you know, you don't need that service, and so now suddenly that bill gets wiped out. It's one less bill you have. It could be something like that, baby. I also feel like, I do feel like you're getting recognition at work. I feel like your boss is recognizing more and more your hard work, your dedication. And I feel like they're going to bless you with more time, you know, to work overtime. There could even be a possibility they give you a raise. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of material abundance here for your good deeds. Why? Because you spread all your love, your joy, your healing by being this honeybee for others. You provide the right amount of sweetness, you know, in their time of chaos where things might be bitter or salty. There's a sweetness that you offer, even just by your presence, you not having to say anything. You offer your time to them. And I feel like the universe and the divine recognizes that. So this is where your abundance is going to flow freely for you. But you got to be open and believe in this abundance coming towards you too in order to receive it. You know, don't feel like it's not going to happen or always think the worst. Like I said, don't feel like it's going to be something enormous like winning the lottery. I'm not saying that's not possible, but being realistic, you know, it's something like maybe it's an extra $100, you know, you weren't expecting, or an unexpected, you know, check in the mail that you didn't know that you were getting. Something like that, baby. And I feel like it'll happen more than once. Oh, wow. So you are getting it, baby. See? That's awesome, baby, that you got that raise. See? You're being recognized, baby. Keep doing what you're doing. I feel like a lot of recognition's coming towards you. And I feel like a lot more people want to offer and, you know, bring things towards you. You know, look at all this gold and yellow. And that's the other thing, Eternal. Look, both these cards are filled with yellow and gold. You know, that's powerful to me. Because you're this gold aura, you know, just like honey. Or think of amber color, as you say. That's what I see on this. They both are filled with gold. And then those yellows. And then the Rebel card I have for you, baby, says, get organized, damn it. It says crap is everywhere. And I do believe that there's some truth to that. You got, I think you've been doing a lot of organization the past several months, but I think there's probably still some things that could probably get sorted out. So, Spirit saying, get it together, baby. Row. What do you mean you pissed your daughters off? What happened, baby? Spirit saw your house. Uh-oh. Sounds like my reading hit home, baby. I'm sorry they're upset with you. You know, if you want to tell me here what happened, I'm open to listening, baby. Oh, Jaden. Uh-oh. Well, I'm sorry she's upset with you. Yeah, I can imagine. Nope. If you want to share it with me privately, that's fine too, baby. Bob, you better be taking care of yourself, baby. Don't make me get on a plane and come down to Australia and hunt you down, baby. Oh. Bob, you know I would too, baby. Of course, I need to get my passport first. My passport expired. Doggone it. Last month was the last month for me to renew it without having to go through the whole application process thingy again. So I'll get it in due time. All right. But that's what I have for you, Eternal. Baby, I hope that helps. I hope that answers. I hope it resonates, baby. Thank you again for the donation, and trust me, read for you. Ooh, Mimi. I like them. Those are pretty, honey. Thank you for sharing that with me. Those would go with some of my outfits, too. It's simple, classy, and elegant. I love that, Mimi. Thank you for sharing that with me, girlfriend. Where'd it go? I think I have some old pictures somewhere of my nails that I've had done in the past where they've been a little different, but it'll take me some time to find them. Let's see. Well, where'd that face go? Like, really, Spirit? Let's just do this. I love them though, Mimi. Thank you. Yeah, I like polka dots. I actually have a top that's like that. I have to find it. I'm sorry to hear that. Angel eyes. That's a shame, honey. It's a shame when they don't appreciate those things. Don't let it get you down, honey. And that's right, Bob. All right, beautiful people. Let me see something. Oh, thank you, baby. Now for a cigarette, huh? Okay, Bob. Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't allow the trolls in yet, huh, Bob? Okay. Sergeant Curtis, are you here, baby? Okay, Laura Lynn. I can't believe it's already 12:30. It doesn't feel like it. I need to grab me another Red Bull. Sergeant Curtis, you here, baby, still? Hold on, I'm grabbing over another Red Bull. I'll be right back. Look, this pink can almost matches my top, y'all. Look, it's pretty close, ain't it? That's pretty freaking funny. Hi, Sonia. How you doing, sweetheart? Look, I even pulled my hair out, y'all. Stuck in my rings. I don't know. I was waiting on you, Sergeant Curtis. Yes, baby, I'm back. No, baby, I didn't do that on purpose. I picked my outfit out the last minute, to be honest. I normally have an idea of what I'm going to wear, but tonight wasn't one of those nights. No, I didn't, Scott, but... All right, angel eyes. Well, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. I'm sending you love and light, girlfriend. Hang in there. You're a strong cookie. I hope you have a good night and a great day tomorrow. Now I gotta go change in my beautiful blue dress. I don't know, maybe I'll wear blue tomorrow night. Maybe I'll wear red. We'll wait and see. Since I'll be working until 4th of July morning. Since the stream will go into 4th of July. But all right, Sergeant Curtis. Let me pull you a couple of cards, baby. Yeah, my necklace does, Mimi. You're right. One of my friends made this necklace for me. It's a crystal grid necklace. He's very talented. All right, Sergeant Curtis, what do you need to hear, baby? Spirit, what does Sergeant Curtis need to hear? right now. Please and thank you. Oh, thank you. I love this necklace. I only wear it on here. Hi, Jessica. Yes, Jessica, I'm doing readings. I'm doing readings for the people who pay me for them. I only do paid readings on here, sweetheart. The only free readings I do is the general collective. Everything else after that is paid readings. Spirit, what message for Sergeant Curtis, please and thank you. It should have been for someone else. That's funny. Spirit. For Sergeant Curtis, please and thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. In the wrong pile. Way to go, Amanda. What a way to get them cards all mixed up. Spirit, show me. Sergeant Curtis, I need here right now, please and thank you. Oh, Spirit. Thank you. Ooh, isn't she pretty? Well, you're getting a similar message, Sergeant Curtis. Alright, let me get your rebel card, baby. Spirit, show me. What rebel card does Sergeant Curtis need to hear, Spirit? Yeah, seriously. Alright, Spirit, show me, please and thank you. That's funny. I know, Judith. He always gets on to me too, honey. So I'll heat me up some food here sometime. All right, Sergeant Curtis. You got the Dragon card and the Dragon Rider, Ceres and Bond. And it says abundance, variety, and happiness are making their way into your life. The time of harvest has arrived. Well, Sergeant Curtis, if you're waiting for your abundance, baby, it's coming. You know, it's like kind of like what I was saying to you last night. I feel like there has to be some motion put into action right now where you might have to change something in order to bring your abundance in. And baby, this doesn't have to mean literally material or monetary. This is your spiritual abundance, your mental, your emotional, your physical, overall well-being. This can apply to your relationships too. And I know you're a single gentleman looking for love. So what is important to you? I feel like the love abundance is what you're looking for. So I feel like things are going to start moving, baby. They're going to start coming towards you. I feel like you will start taking notice of people, and they'll genuinely have a genuine interest back into you, baby. You just got to be on the lookout for it. Like I said, you may have to make some different changes, you know. It might seem a little drastic, but you know, it's like I said, baby, you can't expect to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So you got to change something, which means you might just have to move away a little bit to where it's closer to where it's more closer to the city where more people live. So you can engage with more people. It'll give you more of an opportunity, not just to get out of the house, but to meet new people, whether that's making new friendships or finding love. But it's up for harvesting. It's coming. And Spirit wants to remind you, you got the kangaroo, which is the archangel animal spirit. The kangaroo, be a force for good. And I feel like you are. You are this beautiful force for good. You know, like this kangaroo has this heart that shines within him. Be this force, baby. You know, shine your light. Be, you know, you have this goodness. You're a generous person. And I feel that in your energy. You know, you're very giving. And I feel like you're just this soft, nurturing soul. And now you're just waiting for your queen to arrive so you can become that one solid team and be that loving soul, and also not just, you know, be loving with each other, but I feel like there would be like that powerful love couple that has a lot of love to give outward. But you don't want to share your love alone. You want to share it with someone beside you, but you also want to give it to others. But you want your right-hand man, so to speak, to be there to help you on your way. So here it is for you. You know, be mindful, but be hopeful. And know that what you're doing, baby, you're doing good. I don't feel like you're doing anything really wrong. You know, does that mean, you know, to take a shortcut right now? I'm not saying take shortcuts either. You may still have to take the long road, but that long road will gain your abundance. Will gain the love you're looking for right here. This harvest. Harvest of the heart is what I get, baby. And then the rebel card you got is, it says, you are half asking it, but you can read what it says. You know, like a donkey's butt. And the other side says, you need full butt effort right now. So stop half butting it, we'll say. You need full butt effort right now. You know, shake what your mama gave you, Sergeant Curtis. I'm sorry, couldn't help that. Oh, so baby, stop taking it easy is what Spirit's saying. You want love, you want to find your queen. Put more effort out there, baby, to find her, so she can find you. You may need to build you like one of those big, huge signs, or wear a shirt. I'm single. I'm looking for my wife. Are you her? Kind of thing. I feel like, you know, in case you think people aren't interested, do something wild like that, baby. I'm looking for my wife. Could you be her? I feel like I need to make you that shirt. I don't know why, but I feel like you need, baby, I feel like you're a little shy in that way. What is it, baby? Are you not confident to approach a woman, or are you still afraid of being rejected, baby? What is it? Like, I feel like there's probably someone around you who would probably date you, but maybe they feel like you wouldn't give them the time of day. Or I feel like maybe they think they're not your type. T-shirt is ordered. Well, you gotta send me a picture of it, baby. I want to see it. That's what I got for you, baby. I hope that helps you. I hope those messages resonate. Thank you again so much for your donation, baby. I greatly appreciate you. All right, I saw something. Miss Jessica, thank you so much for your donation, beautiful. Listen, honey, tonight I'm doing Oracle night. This is Rebel Wednesdays. The caption, you may not have seen it. It's $10 super chat. If you wanted a Oracle theme mini reading tonight, it's $10 to the super chat. It's only $5 if you went through my PayPal, my Venmo, or my Zelle. Where, Scott? Oh, okay, I see it. Never mind. Thank you. Thank you for that correction, Scott. Tonight, honey, let me tell you, if you want a mini reading, I'm only doing 2 Oracle decks I pulled from. And so, I don't know if these decks will answer that question for you. So, like the 2 cards I just did for Sergeant Curtis, those are the 2 decks I'm using, sweetheart. And the Rebel deck. Okay, so I'll give you the messages from these 2 decks, honey, and maybe it'll help you with what you're asking. I don't know. Otherwise, you'd have to come back to me tomorrow for a mini love reading, but I know that would cost a little more. So I just want you to know, sweetheart. You're welcome, honey. So let me get your cards. And Sergeant Curtis, baby. I mean, some people in general can be crazy. Okay, it's not just the ladies, it's the guys too. Doesn't mean all of y'all, but some of y'all can be a little crazy. It's on both sides. So, Miss Jessica, this will just be a message that Spirit feels you need to hear right now, okay? Spirit, show me for Jessica, please. Thank you. Spirit. Whoa. Well, that one just jumped right out. Thank you, Spirit. Wow. That's a beautiful message right there. Thank you. All right, what's the other one, Spirit? Show me for Jessica, please. Thank you. Good night, beautiful moonchild. Sweet dreams, honey. Okay, Spirit, show me for Jessica, please. In here. That was quick. let's see. Let me get the Rebel deck before I forget this one. Two cards for Jessica, please, and thank you. Show me spirit. All right, beautiful Jessica. Here's what I got for you, sweetheart. Well, sweet dreams, my beautiful moon child. I'll message you later, girlfriend, or tomorrow. Good night, honey. Okay, beautiful. First card I got, this is the Spirit Animal Archangel deck. You got the Eagle, and it says, seize opportunities courageously. Spirit wants you to be courageous. What are the opportunities you're wanting? Like, what is it you're desiring? What are you trying to manifest? Spirit's saying, if those opportunities, whatever they are, that Spirit and Divine are trying to bring towards you, Spirit wants you to seize those opportunities and to not be scared. Be bold. Be brave. Be like this eagle. Be like that, beautiful eagle flying above and able to see and take in the whole view, the big picture, unafraid, unbothered, undeterred. Don't allow anyone or anything to stop you or rattle you. If there is something you want and the opportunity presents itself, Spirit is saying, take it. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Be bold. Be brave. Be courageous. Be like this beautiful eagle. Go after it. Spread your wings, girlfriend, and take the chance. Take the risk. Even if it doesn't turn out the way you exactly want or had hoped, you gave yourself the opportunity to find out. Instead of sitting it out and sitting on sidelines and just watching life pass you by, you're taking up and grabbing those opportunities by the horns. And that's the way it should be. Grabbing life by the horns and not letting go and being able to pursue them one after the other. Becoming more confident in yourself too. Not feeling like, everybody's going to say yes to you or you're always going to get your way or get what you want. But you're not going to allow things or that sudden doubt creep in and stop you from going after it or seizing the moment when those opportunities do present themselves. So Spirit wants you to be fierce. Grab those opportunities when they come towards you, sweetheart. And the other one is from my Dragon Riders Oracle. And this is Sega and Shella. And it says, drink from the holy water of wisdom. And from now on, follow the way of self-awareness. Be like water. Flow freely and unhindered along your path. Be like water. Be that healing element. That's what water is. But water also represents in like the tarot, even though this is an oracle card, but in tarot, water is the element of cups. Cups is represents the element of emotions, your intuition, your creativity, your love. So think of it in that context. That self-awareness, loving yourself, but loving freely others too. Putting just as much time and attention into loving yourself as you would want to put into loving someone else or hoping someone would put that into you. You know, it takes experience, time, wisdom, patience, and being strong and not being afraid if maybe you get rejected by someone you want, or maybe the relationship doesn't go, long term like you had hoped, like you had envisioned. Okay, be bold and courageous though, and flow with that energy. You know, if you're feeling love and things are going good, flow with it. You know, be in that moment. Don't allow those doubts, insecurities, other people's thoughts, opinions get in your way or get in your head and stop you from loving freely and giving your all, is what Spirit's saying. But this also includes pouring into your own cup, okay? Even though you have these cups here, beautiful, you can't go around filling up other people's cups when if your cup is going bare bone dry or it's already completely empty. But the same is true on the other side too. You can't expect others to pour into your cup if their cup isn't overflowing. So what do? You got to make sure your cup is overflowing full of love first. That you really have it to give. You have the time, the attention, the patience. You're willing to continue on, go through the rough patches just as much as you want to go through happy times and the rainbows and butterflies. And you're not going to allow anything to stop you if you're committed, whether that's your friendships, your family, your professional life, or romantically. You want to allow your cup of love to flow for everyone, but that includes yourself too. So there's a self awareness here because you can't go, you know, you can't be able to expect others to love you if you don't first love yourself. Well, how do you teach someone to love you? You know, it's not just by telling them what you expect of them, okay? But it's how you treat yourself. It's how you love yourself. And the way you love yourself shows them and it teaches others how to best love you too. So become that self awareness, gain that wisdom, that experience, and be willing to adapt. Maybe, maybe you were one that, wasn't ready for a committed relationship before, we'll say. Maybe you're just dating freely. Maybe you were one of those serial daters, we'll say. But then you became bored and there was nothing being gained from it. There was no depth to any of, those dates. You just had fun and that's all it was. And now you want something different. Well, maybe it's time to have a different perspective on that. You know, doesn't mean that what you want is different, is bad for you. It's good in that way. Um, but you got to take a stand and look at yourself. Okay, what exactly do I want, from someone? But what exactly am I going to give to that person too? Because am I really emotionally ready right now to pour into someone else and expect them to pour into me too? And it could also be that maybe the person you want, they may not be available right now. Does that mean you're being rejected by them? Not necessarily. They just may not be emotionally available right now. Just because they're single doesn't mean they're available. They just may not be emotionally available. But you also got to look at it, like I said to someone else earlier. Even if you were to get rejected by someone, don't take it as that's, because there's something wrong with you, or don't think you're good enough or pretty enough. Okay. It might just be wrong timing, or it might also be the divine's way of protecting you right now because maybe they have someone else plan out for you instead that will be better fitted for you. So, but think of the kind of person you want to be first, not just for yourself, but who do you want to be to that person that you want to get seriously involved with? You know, okay, you can state what you want, what you expect, but also take into account what does that person want and what do they expect from you? And are you willing? Are you willing to compromise to be that person? And how much of yourself are you going to have to change to be that person for them? Or do you feel like you have to change in order to be with them? Some of it might be good, but it may not be. Because the way I look at it, most people are going to accept you for the way you are. They're already going to like you or love you for being you. Does that mean we're perfect? No. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of room for growth either, where we grow and evolve and change. You know, maybe the way we look at things is different now than what it was maybe 5 years ago, as an example. And that's good. That's growth. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, Spirit wants you to focus on all these areas and take in that wisdom and that knowledge and apply it. But you also got to sit in contemplation and self reflection to gain some of those answers too. So you can be that cup of love for others, but most importantly, be that cup of love for yourself. Because, like you see, she has two cups right here. One's for you, but this cup of love is for someone else. Maybe that significant other, your family, your friends. Don't forget the cup of love for yourself too. And then, and don't allow people to tell you differently, to try and change you either, or take you off your path. Trust that you're exactly where you're meant to be too. Trust that you're exactly where the divine wanted you to be. You're not anywhere that you're not meant to be. Even if you feel like maybe you should already be married with kids, we'll just say as an example, maybe it's not time just yet. Maybe there's some other things you got to do. You know, as much as we want things right now, sometimes we got to be patient and wait for them. Good things come to those who wait. And then this is a funny card, Jessica, okay? So sometimes it's funny, but it's sarcastic. So there is some truth in it, like it's funny, but it's also the truth. Some of it could be a little brutal too, okay? I'm just saying. It's my rebel deck though, and this is to help to lighten the mood, give you some laughs, hopefully. So this says shame, regret, and guilt. Those are just BS. And it says forgive. Let that crap go. So there's something there that Spirit's saying you gotta forgive, honey. Yeah, we can all have shame and regret and guilt over something. But does that stop us from being who we are? Does that stop us from loving someone else, loving ourselves? Being a responsible person in our lives and being there for people? No. But we still got to have a heart and a space in our heart to forgive, to show compassion to. So, and sometimes forgiving others doesn't just mean forgiving others. It means also forgiving yourself, which we tend to forget to do that too. Because we forget that we come down hard on ourselves because we sit there and we question ourselves, our decisions. It's like, why did I trust this person? I can't believe I trusted them. And look where it got me, and now I'm hurt and I can't let this go. And sometimes part of that is being angry at ourselves because we miscalculated, or we didn't see the red flags, or we didn't acknowledge the red flags. So we ended up in denial, which put us where, like, doggone it, if I had just listened, I wouldn't be hurt right now, but now I am. How do I handle this, And instead of trying to figure out how to process that hurt and healing from it, we hold on to it. And that just brings this heavy, dark cloud around us, this dark energy you don't want. You got to release it, let it go, so the new can come in. So your aura, your essence can vibrate, can go out in the world a lot brighter. And with it, when it shines brightly, when you're in that beautiful, feminine, soft energy, that's inviting, especially if you're looking for love. The guys are looking for that loving, nurturing person that has that softness, that gentleness. That's what a lot of them are seeking. That's where we come in. And but we can't be that if we're carrying around this resentment or holding on to regret or guilt or shame. So forgive yourself, but also forgive someone else if there is forgiveness that they need to be forgiven for. And I just saw a bright blue spirit orb. So that's confirmation there. So forgive them, beautiful, but also forgive yourself. And understand me, beautiful, by forgiving the other person does not mean you give them permission to do it again, nor does it mean you even allow them back in your life. If it's something serious, that they did that you just, no, I'm sorry, I forgive you, but does not mean I'm gonna give you space in my life to do it to me again. There's nothing wrong with that. You can still send them away with love and light and not hold on to that resentment or that guilt or that shame. Because then that energy, it holds you back from your abundance, from your happiness, from having peace and serenity. Don't allow others to take that from you either, because you're just giving your power away that way. So I hope this resonates, beautiful. Jessica, I hope, it helps you. I hope it's giving you some clarity, beautiful. Um, I hope it's giving you, something new to look at, and remind you you are doing the right things. You're on the right path. Don't ever question that. And I just want to say thank you so much for your donation. Thank you for being here. And thank you so much for trusting me to read for you tonight. It's been an honor, honey. Hi, DeMarcus. How you doing, baby? Oh my gosh, DeMarcus. I didn't know you had to have heart surgery, baby. I'm sending you healing, love, and light and comfort. And a speedy recovery, baby. What happened? I'm happy to see that you're here. So what kind of surgery did you have, baby? And it sounds like it went well. You're here right now, baby. Oh, yikes, baby. That's not good. A slight heart attack. So you had a mild heart attack. Well, what caused the heart attack, baby? Did you have an artery clogged or something? Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Jessica. You're so welcome, beautiful. Like I said, beautiful, if you want a love reading or anything else, I'll be here tomorrow night where I do my regular readings where you can ask a personal question. So come back and see me then, beautiful, if you're still interested. Oh, really? Well, let's see. Let's see. Thank you, Bob, for deleting that. I just reported him. Hi, Louise. How you doing, honey? And thank you. Well, how you feeling? Are you feeling better, baby, since you had the surgery for your heart, baby? I hope so, DeMarcus. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you, sweetheart. You know, them trolls gotta act a fool, so we gotta teach them. All right, let's see. No, Jessica. Yeah, I can see why you got questions, honey. Well, beautiful. I got plenty of love oracle decks. I got specific love tarot decks for love questions. So you can always come see me Thursday night, beautiful. And I'll do your reading if you want to pay for another one, girlfriend. No, that's beautiful. Louise, I love black cats. Black cats are lucky. They get a bad rap, but I love black cats. I'm happy to hear you're doing gravy, Diane. It's good to see you, honey. You know, Jessica, I believe in second chances. That's, whatever his reason was, maybe he was stupid. I don't know. I believe in second chances, but beautiful. I mean, I don't know. Man, that's so hard because it seems like, and this is just stories I've heard. I don't know how true it is, but from people I've known over years who've been involved with people who serve time, you tend to be the person that keeps them company. You're their PayPal, or their pen pal, will say. And it seems like whenever they come out, because they're out and they're free, it's like you get forgotten about. And it's sad. It really is sad, but I've heard that often. Not always, okay? But it seems like more times than none, you're just there to keep them company, be their pen pal, even be there to pay on their books, for their commissary and stuff. I don't know, beautiful. I think, that's a hard one that I don't know, you know, maybe he was dumb. I don't know. I don't know how old he is, but I don't know if, I mean, but anything, the crazy part about it is, yeah, Bob, I see what you're saying, but when you think of it though, baby, anyone who's, serving time, who broke the law, they're not, I'm not going to say, not nice people. I'm just saying, like, are they really trustworthy people? Can you trust them? Would I almost feel like in that context, um, try not to judge them, not throw them in the same box. I'm trying not to do that. But I guess me as a person, I would kind of evaluate it as, okay, they thought they were entitled to go out and try and rob a bank instead of what, getting a job. They thought they were entitled to all this money that didn't belong to them, and they were willing to go and try and rob a bank for it to take it. So what are they going to do to you, beautiful? You see what I mean? Like, are they going to suddenly be released and suddenly take from you because you're going to be there to give it to them because you feel they genuinely care and love about you? And I'm not saying they may not. I don't know. I'm just saying that would be a hard one for me, beautiful. Like, I would need to see that person prove that to me. What I mean by that is, I would need them to really change. Like, I would need to see it in action, not just words, but their actual actions. What do they do when they get out? Like, for the next couple years, do they really, truly, genuinely show they genuinely care about me and wanting to be with me? Or am I just that person to kind of help them get on their feet until they find something better, kind of thing? That's kind of what bothers me about that, beautiful. Okay, beautiful, but if his family has money, what is he doing trying to rob a bank then? They sound like they're what's that term? Some would call it ghetto fabulous. Others would call it um fake rich, trying to put the idea out there to the world that you got all this money when really you don't, when you're barely getting by, if you're getting by. Like, it doesn't make sense, beautiful, is what I'm saying. Make that make sense to me. So if his family has that kind of money, what is he doing robbing a bank? What is his answer? Have you asked him that question, beautiful, is what I'm curious to know. Because, and Bob's right, there could be others he's been talking to. It's That's a hard one, beautiful. He would have to do a lot to prove to me that he is serious about changing, that he would be trustworthy. And then you take the chance and the risk, beautiful, because he has already been in prison for robbing a bank, it's going to be very hard for him to get a job. Like, a lot of companies are not going to hire him because he's shown already his history. He's not trustworthy. So, and unfortunately, in order to spend that kind of time in prison, which means he's a felon, it's going to be very, very hard for him to be able to make it out there, to just get a job. It's going to be a very small fraction of the jobs out there that he would be able to obtain right now. And if he obtains one, it's not going to pay well. So he's going to have to really jump through extra hoops to prove himself, unless he's done something and worked on himself while he's been behind bars, like gotten a degree. Did he make the most of his time in there by, getting some kind of degree? So when he comes out, he can use that degree to have that, better job. Or would he be able to start his own business? Something like that. There would have to be a lot more there, though. Yeah, beautiful. I think you would be settling. I don't feel like that's the right one for you, beautiful. You know, and he's robbed 5 banks. That's wild. That's wild, Jessica. But his family has money. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would he be doing that then? Um, I believe you can do so much better than that. Like I said, I try and give people a second chance. I believe in giving people a second chance. I believe that just because someone's committed a crime doesn't mean they should pay for it for the rest of their lives. But understand me, it'd be a lot more they would have to prove to me to make me trust them like that. Especially robbing banks. Not just one bank, but 5. I couldn't. But you know what, beautiful? Looks fade, sweetheart. At the end of the day, looks don't last forever. It's their brains, their intelligence, their heart, their soul, the way they treat you, the way they treat others, the way they present themselves. So you got to focus on what's important. He might be good looking. I'm sure he is, but doesn't make him a catch, beautiful. And that's all I'm saying. Oh, and he's younger than you too? Oh, beautiful Jessica. See, that would be my other worry. My other worry is he would be using you because you're, 40, you're established. You said you've done well for yourself. Beautiful. Yeah, I don't know if I would trust that. Like I said, I can't say nothing. I, you know, I can do a love reading for you tomorrow on it, but, my advice would be to look elsewhere. A cougar. Yeah. You're a cougar, girlfriend. You like them young like that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, beautiful. But if you're going to go for someone younger, make sure they don't have a record and they got more going for themselves. That's funny, Jessica. Aw, Louise, well, have you asked her out yet? Well, Are you trying to work up the courage to ask her out, Louise? I opened your eyes. Well, honey, I hope so, beautiful. Because I want to see you with someone that's right. And he don't sound like it, girlfriend. You can do so much better than that. Don't settle. Jessica, beautiful. I want you to think about something, honey. But I mean, this is advice for everyone in general. I want y'all to think about this. If y'all are single, looking for love, you know, not in a committed, relationship like marriage, like instead of, paying attention to the looks and things like that, and instead of thinking about like, okay, well, I know they're still working on themselves, they're trying to build themselves up, they're trying to get established, whatever. But you see on paper, based on what they're saying to you, maybe not right now, it looks good, like y'all would be a match. Maybe 5 years down the road, y'all will be a match. Y'all will be on the same page. You can't date in the hopes that they will be that person or be where they won't keep telling you they want to be in 5 years. You got to base it off of right now. And knowing that what you base it off of what they're doing, where they're going at right now, well, it should only get better, right? If we're all growing, if we're all working on ourselves to be better, to do better, to achieve more, to have more, you still got to base it on currently. What are they doing? It doesn't mean if someone's going to school right now, we'll say, to get a degree, so they haven't get stepped out into the real world and try to find a job in their profession, what they're majoring in. I'm not saying don't give them a chance, but what I'm saying is overall how they are now. Are they responsible now? Are they really ready for that serious relationship? Can you really genuinely see them as long term? Because sometimes, we make the mistake, and, my ladies especially, because, we are all about the heart and love. That's our feminine. Um, that we think when we meet someone, and at the time, maybe they're not ready. Like maybe they don't want a serious relationship. Maybe they're looking for maybe someone just to have fun with, so to date casually. Or even the ones that are looking for the friends with benefits, which I don't understand, but that's what some of y'all do. Okay. Not judging y'all, right? Um, but you really want serious. You want, you're looking for your future husband, right? And so you date them anyways, and you settle for less, knowing right now, currently, they're not looking for that. But you think, oh, all I got to do is, we go out on a few dates and they'll fall in love with me and they'll change their minds and blah, blah, blah. I know I'm not saying that's not possible either, but let's be real. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to happen. So instead, you need to vet people. You need to date people with intention, which means you need to find the same type of people who are looking for the same thing you're looking for right now. Not what it could possibly be a year from now, 5 years from now, right now. So who are you dating? Do they want the same thing you want? Are they looking for their forever partner? Or are they just out there having fun right now? If they're just out there having fun right now, and you're just out there having fun right now, okay. But if you're seriously looking for your forever partner, but they just want to have fun, they don't want to be committed, don't settle for that. Really find someone with the same intention, and then think of what's your life going to be like if it does turn serious. You know, will y'all um will y'all match each other's energy? You know, are y'all going to be able to, really bring out the best in each other? Um, are y'all going to meet each other halfway? You know, all those different things. The serious core things of what would make that relationship long term, make it last, building on that foundation, that friendship. Not just the love part, not just the lover part, but the friendship part of it too. And the trust and respect that goes along with it. What does that speak to y'all? That's what you got to think about. The long term, not just the here and now. Yes, right. You're right, Bob. They do. And Debs, I agree with you too, girlfriend. And there's always going to be the exception out there too. But oh my goodness, I would worry about you. I would worry about you, Jessica. I'm just saying, beautiful. It sounds good, Judith. 1:30. Y'all making me hungry over here. I'm about to go find something else in my kitchen. The chips and beef jerky, I don't think are going to do it for me tonight. It's like, what did everybody go to? Did you scare him away, Bob? I'm just kidding, baby. You know, Miss Judith, I'm not a big chicken person, but I bet that's good because I do like the skin on a chicken. I will say that. If the chicken's tender and the seasons are good, yep. No, you did not, Bob. You stop it now, baby. All right. Hello, Saul. Scotty, you still here, baby? You been quiet. Eternal, where'd you go, baby? Mm. So, Oracle is nothing. It's a different deck. Every creator creates a different deck. It's not like the same tarot. It's not tarot. In tarot, the cards are pretty much, you're going to have all 78 cards. All, you know, the suits and everything. It's just the creator may design the card, the image a little differently, but it's going to have all 78 cards, the same cards, that have the same meaning, you know. So like Ace of Cups, Two of Cups, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way through the suits. That's tarot. Oracle is not that way. Every Oracle deck's going to be different. It's going to be a theme, a different theme. It's based on whatever the creator wanted to create, whoever designed the deck. That's what it is. So the message might be a little different, but Oracle cards bring more detail, more meaning to the reading. It brings more information, but it brings a little more clarity or details to the reading too. But by themselves, that's what it is. So tonight's theme night, I have 2 decks already pulled out that are my Oracle decks I chose for the night. It's the only decks I'm reading from besides my Rebel deck, which is the other Oracle deck, but it's a funny deck. It's just to bring some laughs or lighten it up, or it should. Sometimes it doesn't. It's just the blunt truth, but the intention was to be funny. And most times it is, but... Okay. I'm gonna run to my kitchen real quick. Let's see if I can find something else quickly while it's quiet. I'll be right back, beautiful people. pepperoni and cheese. That's the only thing in that fridge that looks appetizing to me right now. You're funny. Always, that happens. I do it, so. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Well, you know, I can always be funny and time all y'all out. How about them apples? These chips right now. I got chili again. Oh, y'all want to see a picture of my house before it was finished? Hi, Victoria. How you doing, beautiful? Thank you, sweetheart. It's good to see you, sweetheart. How you been? Cool beans. I'm excited. Got chili. Hi, Victoria. Absolutely, girlfriend. Hey, I'm taking this weekend off, so I haven't had a weekend off since I started this channel. Outside of the week I was sick, that don't count. How you doing, sweetheart? Y'all want to see how big my yard is? And see, and I thought this was going to be my backyard. But they pushed my house back so far, and I was so disappointed. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I got a nice sized backyard, but I wanted it bigger than what it is. So, look at this. This was my house before it was completed. You see how much yard I have in the front? That's a huge freaking yard. I was not planning on having. I thought this house was going to sit more like around here than where it's at. So now I got this long driveway I didn't think I was going to have. That was when my house was half done. Cold. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of grass to cut. That's why my neighbor cuts it. Because he has a riding lawnmower. But I got a bigger yard than him. His backyard, he don't even have one. I got a front and backyard. My house sits on about a half an acre. So, yeah, I think there's spirits around me, is what it is. It's my spirit team letting me know they're ready to work whenever I'm ready. If anyone wants to buy a reading. Mhm. Thank you, Aussie girl. It's not a big house, but I made it bigger than what it originally was supposed to be. Oh, I know. Well, I was planning on planting a beautiful garden. I got plenty of yard to do it, front and back. But I wanted to add a second house onto the property. That was the reason why I wanted the bigger lot. But it's not that I couldn't put one back there. It would just be more cluttered, I think. So I don't know. But hi, Eric. How you doing, baby? But yeah, I got a lot of yard that I can plant, build a garden. Because I have no plants in my yard. I have no trees. I have no shrubs. I don't have any of that. The builder was too cheap to plant any trees or shrubs. You know, Judith, it's funny because I was looking at tiny houses. It's funny you mentioned that. Hmm. I stayed up today, this morning, looking at tiny houses online. Oh, crap, Eric. Yes, baby, I did. And I meant to respond, and I'm sorry. I did see it, baby. The painting's beautiful. And your green thumb, baby, you got a green thumb. That's impressive, baby. But, um, as many of y'all know, I don't plan on staying here. So, I was thinking of what to do when I leave, and tiny houses was an option I was considering. I just don't know, like, when I looked at, where I could have a tiny house put, of course, all the neighborhoods in my state, there you rent the lot. And no, I want my own property. I want the land to be mine. So that's not gonna work. But could I buy a tiny house and then buy the property and put the tiny house on the property? Yeah, I can do that. Um I just don't know if I want to do that. Like, I almost feel like if I'm going to go that route, I might as well get me a regular modular home instead. So, I don't know yet, but it's an option I've considered. No, Bob, I haven't, baby. Um, I might be able to put two back there, but you see, I don't know if it's zoned for me to be able to put a tiny house in my yard because unfortunately, my property also is part of the city. The water, whatever they call it, is in the very back of my yard, so I'm not sure about that. But yes, Judith, I could put a tiny house on my yard, on my property. I think it's just I live in an HOA, so there'll always be rules on what I could do with my yard. Hmm. Hi, Fred. How you doing, baby? The only problem with me having a tiny house, it won't be big enough for my clothes because I got a lot of clothes. And I got a walk-in closet now, and my walk-in closet isn't big enough for all my clothes. I still need a bigger walk-in closet. Well, Judith, I gotta admit, it seems pretty laid back here, but I really don't know who is on my HOA board because the neighborhood's still being developed. The neighborhood isn't finished yet, and I haven't even gotten a bill yet. Knock on wood for the HOA dues this year. I paid for last year's, but I haven't got one for this year yet, which kind of surprises me. Not that I'm looking to pay for it because it was $750 and I'm trying to figure out for what. I don't have anything in this neighborhood. There's no pool, there's no basketball court, tennis court, picnic area, there's none of that. But $750 HOA yearly dues. It's like, what? Whatever. But there's good things about living in an HOA, Judith, because though you may have some rules you gotta follow, however, it also helps to keep the value of the home because that means my neighbor can't go around painting their house pink, for an example, or do something ridiculous like that that would cause the cost of the house to drop just by the color of the paint. Um, unless you lived in like Florida, okay? There's those, pink houses there, but I'm just giving you an example. That would not go well here in Georgia. So it just depends. You're looking for a one bedroom, Fred? Oh man, I don't even know. I would try and buy a 2 bedroom one, tiny house. I would need it because I would need one to sleep and the other one for my office. And I would also need that storage in that closet for my clothes. I still would run out of room. Oh my gosh. Hi, Audra. How you doing, beautiful? Well, I'm happy you stopped in to say hi to me, sweetheart. Yes, Louise, that's a Red Bull. It's the blueberry. I know I don't want to rent anywhere. Definitely don't want that. I need to own my own home. I've been a homeowner all of my adult life. I can't think of not owning my own house. Bob, that sounds about right. See, my HOA does not cover my garbage. It covers just the maintenance of the neighborhood, and it covers if there was light poles, which there's not. It's supposed to cover the electric bill for the light poles that should be in my neighborhood but aren't. I also have one of those mailboxes that requires a key, where everybody's mail, like you think of like living in an apartment, and you got this box that has everyone's, mailbox, and you need a key to get into it. We have one of those instead of individual mailboxes. True too, Bob. Yes, Audra, she just started it a few months ago, sweetheart. Oh, you have a P.O. box, Bob? I don't have a P.O. box. Mine's regular mail. But, um, like I said, I was looking online, and yeah, you get a tiny house. You can already have one, buy one on a piece of property. Problem is, you still have to lease the property it sits on. No, thank you. Not interested. That will not happen. I will own the land the house sits on. It's just crazy. I'm not throwing money away like that if I can help it. So, yeah, Eric, she's around. She's lurking, or she's doing something, but she's around. Yeah, I saw that, Eric. I did see that. That's pretty funny. That's awesome, Bob. I can't say the same for mine. I'm waiting for the neighborhood to be finished, see how much it jumps. That would be great, Audra. You should, honey. And that's funny, Judith. I seen that too. I can only wonder what that house would look like. Hmm. I saw a tiny house up in the mountains a couple years ago. And this tiny house was the size of a small shed. I mean, I don't even think it probably had maybe a small bedroom, bathroom. I don't even know if it had even a living area. Um, it would have had a kitchen. It was very small. But it sat on a good amount of property. Um, I would have said that property was probably, you know, 3/4 of an acre to an acre in the mountains. They wanted $200,000 for that house. I laughed at them. I said, "Yeah, y'all crazy. Nope, will never happen." Hi, sexy T-Rexy. How you doing, honey? You have a lot of them in Florida, Audra. The tiny houses. Yeah, Eric, I've seen that too. I saw a fancy one that had 2 stories. I was like, oh wow, that'd be the one I need. And I think it had 2 bedrooms in it. It had a living room, kitchen, full functional kitchen. And I believe it had 2 bathrooms in it. I think it did. I don't know how much they wanted for it though. And it had a balcony which on the second floor, which was nice. So I don't know. Well, that'll be cool, Bob. Yeah, Judith sent it to me. I'll check into it. Yes, Audra, they can. That's true too. Eric, it's pepperoni, baby. See, when I did the research in my state, there's only like a few areas that, like a few counties that allow those tiny homes. So there's a lot of zoning regulations. Um, and of course, you would have to pay to have the septic tank put in the ground if it's not already a neighborhood that is set up to have tiny homes set up on them. And then you would also have to pay for the concrete slab for it to sit on to make it more of a modular home than like a prefab home on wheels. Um, and then there was the $5,000 expense, I think, to have the tiny house delivered or something like that. It was something like that. So I've been looking though, just seeing what's out there. I think I would trust a shipping container for a house than some of the other materials they use. I just need a couple of them. because I'd want a 2-story one. Hmm. Hi, Pisces. Nothing wrong with living in a mobile home. But that would be my concern, Pisces, what you just said, sweetheart. That and any just heavy bad storms altogether. Um, and at least back in the day, um, because they don't hold their value, you wouldn't be able to normally usually take a like a second mortgage out on it if you needed to, like a home equity line of credit. You wouldn't be allowed to because it loses value instead of gains, unless there's a couple things that changes it, and I think it has to do with if it's sitting on like a concrete slab. Um, but there's something else with it, and I'd have to look more into it. But I would trust a one that's made out of shipping containers, though. Judith YW or Bob YW means you're welcome. Hi, Jerome. Did you, Eric? That would have been cool. You know, I knew someone who owned a houseboat on the big lake over here, and the wife told me it was like a trailer on water, is what she said. I cracked up laughing. But when you stopped and looked at it and thought of it, it's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. It pretty much looks like one. That's what it is. Um, but yeah, I was looking at those. I saw a couple of them that I was surprised to find out they were tiny homes because they were 2-story and they didn't look like a tiny house on the outside. So I was impressed with a couple. I'm like, well, that's pretty neat. But yeah, those were more expensive too, naturally. Yeah, Diane, she was talking about she didn't know you had your own channel, sweetheart. So I told her, yeah, you have had it for a few months now. I had a friend of mine that did live in a mobile home for some years. And I think it got eaten up by man, what's it called? What's those pests, those insects? I can't think of the name of them now. Termites. Yeah. The mobile home got eaten up by termites. I was like, well, that would not work then. And I wonder if that's the other reason why usually banks won't um, finance them, or at least they won't allow you to usually take an equity line, because usually they go down in value. Yeah, they're that too, Judith. That's funny, Audra. They are. So, unfortunately, her mobile home didn't last that long because of the termites. And Eric, I know someone who has a tough shed, but they don't, you know what I heard? They don't actually install the electricity to it. That's what you're supposed to do. Um, there was something else. Like, yeah, they can give you the shell of it, but I don't think they supply the electrical side of it. Um, and there was something else. And I thought, well, that's a bunch of crap. So I got to pay you all this money for this fancy shed. And it doesn't even come with the electrical, the connection, the electrical inside the shed. And there's something else that it didn't come with either. I guess you got to pay someone to have all that put in there. Yeah, the air conditioning too. Um, but there was something else they didn't supply. And it's like, well, that's a shame, because those aren't cheap. I did see that. Because I would have put a shed on this house in the backyard, but I don't want to pay all that money and it not have, at least electricity in it. And not saying that I would use it for an office or anything. I mean, sure I could, but if I were to get like a riding lawnmower or something like that, probably no insulation. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I'm just thinking, because um, I would never live in an RV, and because of the horror stories of my friend losing her house, like the mobile, that would not sit well with me. I would need it to be able to sit on a foundation and be more like a modular home, if it would be something like that, if it wasn't built from the ground up there on site. Oh, Pisces. How do y'all live up there with no AC? I could not imagine living anywhere without central AC and heating. I don't know how y'all do it, because, like, it was 94 degrees yesterday. It was 90 degrees today here in Georgia. There's no way. Like my brother would say, of course, he has his way of saying it. Y'all got me effed up. And even when I lived in California, I wouldn't survive out there without central AC. Exactly. I could never ever pay that crazy amount of money without no central AC. Are y'all crazy? Yeah, y'all got me confused with some other dumb nut because it ain't me. I would never ever pay that much money for renting a home or even buying one without no central air. They can kiss my behind. That's not happening. No, thank you. Oh, y'all. Be right back. I know someone told me that their house don't have any central air. It's like, oh no, can't do it. Wouldn't be able to survive there. I would need a house that has both central heat and air. I've never lived in a house that didn't have it. And actually, when I was younger and I went home to visit one year to California, my ex boyfriend lived in a house that didn't have central air, which I didn't know. Only had a window unit in the living room, and the house was 2 or 3 bedrooms. And he ended up working one day, middle of summer. We're talking like June, July. Yeah, I woke up sweating. Oh my gosh, when I say I was sweating, I was pouring sweat. Called my mama. Oh, my mama was pissed. She said, nope. You better call him right now. He better come home and get you the hell out of that house. Because I was dizzy and I felt nauseous. I can't, my body can't handle it. So I don't know how people can live without central air or heat. I can't. Like, I sound crazy over here. Keeping my house at like 68, 69 degrees. and it's cold, right, in my house. But usually I'm comfortable. Um, but if it's like getting close to me to going to sleep, and I lay in my bed, my body starts to, go into sleep mode, and I get cold. And so, but you think I'm turning my heat up, or you think I'm turning the adjusting the thermostat? No, I'm wrapping myself up in my thick blanket and falling asleep, and that's how I stay comfortable. And people just look at me crazy. That's my comfort. Wow, Audra, I don't know how you do it, beautiful. There's no way, sweetheart. I'd be dying. I would end up in the hospital because I would be sweating so bad. When it gets 70 degrees, I start sweating on my nose. That's when you know I've gotten too hot. And it doesn't take long for me to overheat, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, Diane, I know. But you know what? My electric bill isn't bad. Well, you see, I don't have any cable. But even though I'm in the middle of summer, my electric bill this past month, and my house is all electric. It was only $120. And that was keeping my thermostat at 68, 69 degrees. And my air has been blowing all day the last 2 days. So right now, I think because my house is new, so the AC unit's new and all that, I think that's what helps it. Um, if it was an older home, then yeah, I understand it'd probably run me a lot more, because at my old house, before I had replaced the AC and furnace, my my electric bill in the summer, and I had gas in that house too. So for AC, I would use the electric, and then for heat, I would use the furnace, the gas, and my stove was gas too. I've seen it $300, a little over $300 for 1 month. Um, but when I had the new unit replaced, and I had all the ductwork replaced in that house, it dropped it by more than half. So obviously the unit was old; it needed to be replaced. So that makes sense. But you know, I didn't know then what I know now. But living in Georgia, that humidity, oof, no. See, Bob, at my ex-boyfriend's house, the window unit was in the living room, right next to the front door. And so you had this big, wide living room, and you had a dining room and a kitchen. And then, there was this little walkway where the two bedrooms and bathroom was. And the bedroom was the one on the right. So it almost seemed like it was furthest away where this one window unit was. None of that cold air was getting back there. It was crazy. That's the time that, I can't stand it, because I can't stand being hot like that, because you can only peel so much of yourself off, to cool off. I can't peel my skin off. Sure, I can be naked inside my house, but I can't go walking around in public naked, so and then the heat wears you out. Cause even like me, the other day I was outside. I spent a few hours outside on the phone talking to a couple people, and I was in the shade. So I wasn't in the sun. I was in the shade. And it wore me out just being out there for those few hours. As soon as I came inside, what did I do? The moment I sat in my bed, I was out like a light. If they had another window unit in that house, it might have made a difference, but it didn't. So I nope. Whew, Audra, I don't know how you do it, sweetheart. Okay, Audra. I was gonna say, beautiful. I wouldn't be able to do it. I could not handle it. Um, so I'm sure when y'all see me right now, y'all probably think I'm crazy wearing this sweater. You know, not understand, but it's because it's 68, 69 degrees in my house right now. But that's how I stay comfortable. Oh yeah, Pisces. With that humidity, it feels like it's over 100. But like even in California though, even though it's a dry heat, that's like being in the kitchen next to a hot oven all day. That's what it feels like. And it's just as bad. And I sat there and I even asked myself, which one's worse? The dry heat or the humid? Because they're both bad. I don't care which side. I've lived in both and they're both bad. Neither one, I still can't tolerate it past like 75, I would say would be the highest outside. But I would still need some shade somewhere. But I understand it's based on what people are adjusted to too. And I'm just not adjusted to that kind of heat like that constantly. Um and I can't stand it when I'm that hot. Cause like I said, I sweat on my nose. And I can't stand having to constantly wipe my nose because I'm sweaty. And then I sweat on my neck and no. That's when I want to chop all my hair off because I'm too hot. Well, I'd be able to tolerate that, Pisces. That would be the right temperature for me. But like I said, it was like 90 degrees today. Nope, too hot. That humidity. You sit outside, like I said, for even 20, 30 minutes in the shade, and you're already not just sweaty, but it's sticky. Ugh, I can't stand that. Oh, thank you, Eric. Oh, I know it's expensive, honey. I'm not saying it's not. It's crazy. It's crazy, the cost. Understand me, I do get that. Like, yeah, I do understand. Even for my little house, I paid a lot for it, considering what it is. Don't get me wrong, it's a nice house, but I still paid a pretty penny for it. That I wouldn't have done otherwise if there was a lot of cheaper options, which there wasn't. So, the only good thing that came from this house is I was able to build it from scratch. Um, Even though it had the same like cookie cutter type floor plan, I was able to modify the house. I was able to add additional square footage on the house, and I was also able to even make my shower bigger because the house was supposed to come with a 4-foot shower, and I got a 5-foot shower instead. Um, and the shower has a bench, and the house, the original plan, the master bathroom was only supposed to have one sink. Well, my house, I had a double sinks put in there. And the bathroom wasn't supposed to be granite. Well, I made both my bathrooms granite countertops. the house wasn't supposed to have LVP flooring throughout. Well, I put LVP flooring throughout this house. It has a breakfast bar. The original um, floor plan didn't have a breakfast bar. Well, mine has an additional, has the extra breakfast bar. And all of that's made out of granite too. Granite countertops. Um, my walk-in closet's even bigger. My master bedroom's bigger. Um, it also didn't come with a fireplace. So I added the fireplace to the house. Um, the outside of the house didn't come with the stonework on the bottom. So if you look at the front of my house, the bottom part, like about this much, is like that stone that's laid over the wood. I added that onto the house. Um, what else? There's something else I added. What was it? Bathroom. It didn't come with a hallway, little like closet, pantry type. Mine does. But I think it helped because I added the additional square footage onto it. I've heard of having solar, Eric, but I hear it's a pain to have too. I guess it depends. White trash royalty, is that what that is, Pisces? Well, I don't know about all that, honey, but I'm missing something. Oh, the other bathroom wasn't supposed to have granite countertops either, and I made it granite countertops too. So I think that's what it was. See, Eric, I've heard good things about it and I've heard bad things about it. I reckon it depends on where you live. Like, because you live out there in the desert, I can understand how it'd be a blessing for y'all because of the solar panels. I would understand that. It would make sense y'all having it. But me, baby, as much rain as I get, yeah, it wouldn't help me one bit. But that's beautiful, Eric. I'm glad it's helped y'all. See, my one of my relatives dated somebody that lived in not Banning, Victorville, California. And they were telling me that the house had solar panels in it, but they said it was messed up because if it rained, y'all didn't have power. So in the middle of summer, if it rained, which, usually we all know California, it normally doesn't rain, but you didn't have power if the solar panel didn't get enough sun. You definitely didn't have no AC blowing either. There was little things like that. So it's like, I don't know. You have solar, Aussie girl? Where you live at, Aussie girl? Because somebody actually came to my house a couple weeks ago, knocked on my door, and they were selling solar panels. And I'm like, no, I'm not interested in trying to do all that right now, but would it be worth it in the long run? Maybe. I reckon if I plan on staying here for the rest of my life, then yeah, but... Oh, yeah, I know you get a rebate for doing it. Oh, okay, Eric. So y'all still have the power. It's just y'all, strictly use the solar panel. I got you. Okay. In Queensland. Okay, Aussie girl. Yeah, like I said, I've considered it. But then it's like, baby, you gotta have like $10,000 to give to them people first. And I don't have no $10,000 to install solar panels in my house. Um, I don't know. I'm still waiting for this neighborhood to be finished because this neighborhood still isn't complete, and it's not a big neighborhood. It's only one street. Um, I think they're working on the last three or four houses, which are all the ones in the cul-de-sac, besides the one next door to me that they still been hammering over there away. But I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm waiting to see if it really makes that much oh, if I could talk right. If it really would make that much of a difference once the last house is sold, that it would go up in price that much. That's what I'm curious about. Um, oh no, Wolfie got loose. Hold on, y'all. Wolfie's trying to get back here. I'd let him in here, but he would be jumping all over the place, and then he would knock everything over. Just like Toby would. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Audra. Oh, you pay them when you get your rebate? Okay, Eric, I didn't know. I'm surprised, though. If that's true, I'm surprised that that guy that was trying to sell us the solar panel, I'm surprised he didn't mention that. He didn't mention that they would pay for it up front, but it would still cost something, right? I would still end up be paying up the behind for something. And you know, Eric, that's the one thing I don't like about my house. I don't like that it's all electric. I do miss my gas stove. I do miss my gas water heater. And I miss having a gas fireplace. And it's funny I say the fireplace because I haven't even used that fireplace since I've been in this house. But just the option of it being here, if I ever wanted to use it, and like the night the power went out and it was freezing cold, that would have been when my fireplace, if it was gas, would have came in handy. But because I live out in the sticks, they don't have gas, natural gas. Um, you'd have to get a propane tank for it, and I just looked at them like, no. I just didn't like the idea of seeing a propane tank sitting in my backyard. It just, no, I didn't want that, so I decided against it. Your fireplace is straight wood. I bet it's beautiful, baby. I love having a fireplace. I do. I love my fireplace. Even though I haven't used it, I still love it. Um, the only thing I want to do still to this house is put up a shower door. That's what I want to do. And I want to eventually pull out the shell, because it's the fiberglass shell, and replace it with tile or something. That's the only thing that I wish I had the opportunity to do. And I mean, I could have, I reckon, um, asked for it, but that builder was charging up the yin yang, for upgrades. It made no sense. Um, and then it was more important for me to have that bigger master bedroom so I could fit my hot tub in there if I should ever decide to bring it inside my house again. Now that the 1 year warranty has passed, I would actually feel better bringing it inside my house now, because although I would still be hesitant because it is all LVP flooring, so I need to put like something underneath the hot tub, which I had done that at the old house, to make sure if, God forbid, something were to happen, it were to leak, it wouldn't go directly onto the floor. But um, I don't know yet. Now that that hot tub has sat outside, even though it's been covered up by a tarp, I don't know now. I do miss having my hot tub though. I miss having it inside my bedroom. I miss having it just there for me to use, especially when my back is killing me. I do miss just being able to crawl out of my bed and then hop into my hot tub that sat right next to the bed at the old house. That's how I had it set up. Pretty much from where my camera is, like where y'all see me, to where this sign is, that's how much room was between the bed and my hot tub at my old house. It was that close. Hot springs. What do you mean by hot springs, Eric? Because my hot springs is the type of hot tub I have. It's a hot springs hot tub. They say it's the best one you can get. And let me tell y'all, when they say that that thing makes no noise unless you're using the jets, it makes no noise. It's quiet. All the other ones made noise and I heard them. That one does not. Oh, you got a natural spring. I got you, baby. Yeah, that'd be cool. But you know what, though, Eric? That was one of the things I didn't want, is I didn't want my hot tub outside during the winter. Because I didn't want to go out there in the freezing cold, get in my hot tub, be all nice and warm, and then jump out of it and then freeze my freaking behind off again, running inside my house. Especially me. Like, I set that thing at 103 degrees when I jump in it. So, hi, Jimmy. Thank you. Is that right, Eric? I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, just, I don't know. Um, it would be cool to have one close by, Eric, but like I said, If it gets cold like it does here in Georgia, I don't want to freeze my butt off getting out of my hot tub and jumping inside my house to get warm again. So that's why I wanted it inside my house. So I actually had it. You're funny, Judith. I had mine sitting in front of my window. So all I had to do was open up. I had a double window in my bedroom. All I had to do was open up the windows and the other window on the other side of the bedroom to let all the steam and moisture out. Yeah, Eric, that'd be nice. I'm not saying it wouldn't. Just the thought of it makes me cold though, baby. I think I would still freeze my butt off. Y'all are funny. That would be cool, Eric. I'm gonna have to come out there and visit you and your girlfriend during the winter just so I can experience what that's like, baby. That would be an experience, though. See, I would turn into one of those snowbirds. I would end up being in, um, I would be down here during winter, and I'd be somewhere further up north or whatever in the summer. Oh, y'all are so funny. Hello, Chars. Or Chars. You mean, do I do private one-on-one readings? Yes, I do. I do them off the stream. But it's by video chat. Oh my gosh, Bob. Biscuits and gravy. What about biscuits and gravy, Jimmy? Hi, Cheryl. How you doing, beautiful? You would think, Bob. Y'all are so funny. I could see both of y'all sitting next to each other in y'all's birthday suit. Yeah, Bob was probably out there playing with the kangaroos. Weren't you, Bob? You've been boxing with the kangaroos today, baby. Oh, One of these days, I'm going to fix this stupid floor. I love you, Bob. Bob knows. I mean, no. Bob, I can just see it now, baby. Be like what Eric and Judith are describing. Jimmy, I don't know what that emoji is supposed to mean. Well, Bob, I'm still waiting for you to send me, baby. I'm still waiting for you to send me your picture in your red high heels, baby. How am I supposed to know? Thank you, Jimmy. I mean, you know, is the goose worth it? That's what I'm wondering, baby. Oh, Lord. I'm still waiting for that picture, Bob. Any day now, baby. Or was it in my care package you sent me? That should be arriving any day now. Did you make sure you took a good photo of yourself for me in your red high heels and all that? And you put a nice little package together for me with the picture. What else did you throw in that box for me, baby? I mean, I'm just wondering, is the Speedo picture with the red high heels in there? Oh. I mean, well, baby, you know, if you had put on your outfit where you play the instrument, and I can't think of that's the name. I mean, it would go good with your skirt, baby. I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. Y'all are so funny. Yes, I did, Bob. That's what I meant. Your kilt. You're supposed to have, you know, the red high heels would go good with your kilt, baby. Y'all crazy. Oh my goodness. You have a kilt, Eric, and it's purple? Oh, I bet that's pretty, baby. Do you have some purple high heels to go with it, Eric? Or are they black, baby? with just knee-high socks. Pick on Eric, give you a break. Why, Bob? You're so much fun, baby, to pick on. Can't help it. It's a lot of fun to tease you, baby. Besides, you keep it entertaining, Bob. I mean, Eric does too. I feel y'all do for that matter, but... And you're always a good sport about it, baby. Oh, wow, that would have been beautiful to see, Eric. Judith's like, I can't take it anymore. I mean, well, you know, one of these days, if I were to ever get married again, I definitely want a Hawaiian wedding. So, it has to be a Hawaiian, Polynesian themed wedding. I mean, I guess I can throw in my my Japanese side in there too, but I want it to be more Hawaiian than anything. Oh my goodness. Oh, Judith, I could just imagine. Beautiful. You know, I always wondered how long it would take my hairdresser to get ready. Of course, he don't live here anymore, but last I heard he moved up to Tennessee, but I always wondered. And that would have been cool to see. Oh my goodness. Well, I guarantee you though, hey, some of those guys, I mean, Judith, I gotta admit, they put some of us to shame because, I mean, some of them guys that dress up like a woman and wear makeup and all that, they look better than I do. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. I'm all natural, but what? I mean, I give them credit. It's like, wow, I wish. I wish I could look that good naturally like that. But they do. They look good. I mean, they put in the extra work. I can't be mad at them for that. So, I give them nothing but props. Dang, that deck is bigger than I thought. Wait a minute. Oh, it's on top of the wrong one. No wonder. And I'm just waiting for it now. For y'all to say something smart. Judith. I mean, they all look like they're more woman than they look more natural. I don't know if it matters because I've seen some who are they're not transgender. They look like me, but of course, they're Adam Apple gives it away, but outside of that, it's like I first take a look at them, it's like what? They look good. It's hard to mistake them sometimes if you're not paying attention. I actually gave one of my guy friends who I knew I was good friends. I shot pool with this there was a few gay and lesbian couples up there, and there was this one couple. Um, the guy that it was funny. He told me I reminded him too much of himself because he said not only did we have like the same personality and such and our sense of humor, but we had similar physical features too. So he told me I'm like his long lost sister from another mother. But I gave him like some of my pants I had from back when I was in my teens that kind of reminds you of like those type of clothes you would wear to a club. And I mean, I it's like, oh, and then there I had one pair of pants, and it's weird. I don't even know why I had these pants because I never went clubbing, but they were the type of clothes you would wear in the club. So I don't know why I had them, but I did. I think I wore them maybe once, but the material it looked like mirrors, like a reflection of nothing but mirrors. It was pretty neat. They were a pretty cool pair of pants. I kind of wish I kept them now. I don't know why, because I wouldn't wear them, but so. And he wore them. He put them on for me one day, and it was cool. He got all dressed up. It was pretty cool to see. It was very different from what I was used to seeing him dressed as. 310. That's funny, Eric. You might be right there, baby. Mm-mm-mm. Y'all are so funny. Mm. We haven't heard from him in a while. We haven't talked about him in a while, Eric. Which one is it, baby? I mean, he tends to come up every now and then. But no, I haven't mentioned him lately. You're right. Or maybe it's because that I turned the subscribers only mode on. That could be why. So maybe that's why, because the trolls ain't been in here. Because I won't put up the nonsense. I'm very sensual. Well, thank you. I like to think I am. I mean, at least I hope so. I mean, I'm not old or anything. I don't know. I got told I look 80. That's what I got told last night, which I thought was just freaking hilarious. Someone was definitely jealous of me last night coming here talking that nonsense. Seriously, Eric, last night, baby. It was a troll. I think it was at the beginning of the stream. Came in here talking about, you look like you're 80. And I just laughed. I said, yeah, I said, I know. You're one of my haters. You wish you could be me, but you'll never be me. And you're one of the ones that hates to love me, but love, or you love to hate me, but hate the fact you love me. They crack me up. If I'm 80, then Bob is 1200. Oh, really? Louise, I look that old to you? Wow. I can't believe that person just said that. Oh my goodness. Someone pretending like they love me, but they really don't. I know, right, Judith? Hey, caveman. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? That's for sure. I don't know if they realize that. I mean, yeah, I don't get that. And that's someone that's secretly trying to pretend like they like me, but they're really trying to take stabs at me at the same time. mm, yeah, can't cover that up now, Louise. Can't believe my mods ain't thrown you out yet, but I'm giving it a minute, and they probably will. In fact, I think they've thrown you out once before, if I'm not mistaken. That too, Bob. Jimmy, I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. I'm happy every night. Thank you. Oh, Judith's ready to throw you out, boy. Mm-mm. Hey, Judith. I won't have no problem with it, beautiful. Better you than me, sweetheart. Okay, sounds good, beautiful. Besides, I mean, they just hang out anyways. I don't see them offering up any value other than just being here, so I won't be missing much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I went there. Well, Well, I need to find something else to put this sign on or in. Because I ain't going to be able to leave it in this step ladder forever. Y'all are funny. I know, Eric. It's a good thing you got a wrench, baby. Okay. It's 3:15, or almost 20 after, we'll say. I reckon I'll be getting off here next few minutes if it's quiet like this. Again. Okay, Jimmy, well. Wow. No timeouts, Judith? Wow. Actually, I think I know. I might know. Hey, Judith, unhide him. I want to ask him something. Maybe, Bob. I'm wondering. Thank you, Bob. Which one? He has several? What do you mean he has several, Judith? He has more than one name? Oh, Lord. Who do you think it is? Who do you think it is, Judith? Honey, you're going to have to email me who you think this is. Oh. So, Jimmy, you act like you've been here before. You've been blocked before. You care to tell me who you are? A fan, huh? Oh, a fan from Arizona? How much of a fan are you? I'm just curious. If you've been in here before, have you bought a reading from me before? You would like to date me, huh? Well, that'll tell me nothing. So, have you donated to me before? Have you bought a reading from me before? Being from Arizona don't tell me nothing. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, sister. I mean, since you say you've been blocked once already, I'm just trying to figure out why'd you get blocked the last time. And I'm just curious to know, like, what have you done in my stream? I'm just curious to know, like, who you are. Like, because my mods don't block anybody for nothing. There's a good reason behind it, usually. Unless it's by accident, which that has happened in the past. But those are, those are, you know, those are accidents. Okay, yeah, passion for me. That don't tell me nothing. I mean, and please do not make it sound like I'm being conceited, but let me say that line is extra long. I just want to know, like, who are you? I'd like to know, oh, it is that new of account, huh? I'm just curious to know, like, what have you done for me lately? I'll just say that. Exactly, Diane. Diane said it right, Jimmy. Diamonds are better than passion. You know, there's a saying, you know, talk is cheap. The only thing that talks is money. We can look for diamonds with passion. Okay. Oh, there you go, Jimmy. One of my mods said, prove your passion, prove your worth, make a donation. If you got some serious passion for me, that's a man saying that, not me. You will look for your card, okay. Shoe Bob, it better be more than that, baby. Yeah, if you're serious, start with $100. Bob's right. I mean, you know, you started it, baby. Talking about you got passion for me and all this and that. I'm just curious. How serious are you? I mean, let's see, like, because I know people who've been a lot more serious and sent a lot more than that. And I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just curious. Like I said, I'm just curious to know who you are. Okay, Jimmy. Bob must not be that serious, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, you love my brown eyes, huh? Well, thank you. In case you're wondering, they're not brown. They're amber color. Yeah, Judith, I don't think he will either, sweetheart. I don't think he will. I think he might be all talk. That's what I'm getting the feeling of. It's been a fun night, though. Yeah, you never know. Hmm. Oh, you are so funny, Judith. Hmm. Mm. Is that a strike or a gutter ball, Judith? In bowling, a strike is a good instead of baseball. Mm-mm-mm. Too funny, too funny. uh, it hit the freaking ceiling. Oh, y'all make me laugh. I didn't know it could reach that far. Lost a finger. Lost a finger or two. I do too, Bob. Well, I was trying to make it a little longer, but, you know, a couple of people said, don't do that. It's too long. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. We always have fun on Rebel Night. We may have to make a second night of this. I gotta decide what night, though. Well, that's if I change my schedule around, too. I'm considering taking maybe first couple weekends of every month off for the next couple months. So, and I'm just going to confuse to everybody. They ain't going to know when I'm on anymore. Yeah, it is dedication, Bob. Too funny. Probably that too. Hmm. Oh, baby, you missed a little bit of everything. You know, Bob was waiting for Jimmy to pay up. Pretty much told him put his money where his mouth is. Oh my gosh, Judith. I don't know. Eric, apparently I'm not worth $100, baby. What you think about them apples? Oh no, Eric. Poor babies. They're scared of the thunder and lightning. Sounds like my cats. Oh my god. Oh, I even hear my cat out there saying, "Yep, dude, you're done." Uh, you think Jimmy's another all talker too? It's starting to look that way. Hmm. And he said he was going to get his card, but I don't know where he went to. He must got lost along the way, Bob. I don't know. I gotta use the ladies' room and let me go check on Wolfie. See if he does anything, puts his money where his mouth is, Bob, like you said. By the time I come back. Okay, Wolfie, I hear you. Where are you? what the verdict is. What's the verdict, my beautiful people? Did he last? Seriously, he shot, huh? Must have, baby. Must have scared him. Oh, well, I'm gonna be back tonight, baby. I'm working Thursday. I'm just taking 4th of July and so Friday night, Saturday night, and more than likely Sunday off. So I'll be back tonight. He might have had his mom's card. He may have. But yeah. But I reckon I can always shut it down for the night so I can get me some sleep because I only slept a few hours today. So I can come back and work one more night. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll get in some trouble this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, I love people who only know how to talk but don't walk the talk. Gotta love them type people, Bob, you know. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Eric. That's funny, baby. You must have. You're bad. I don't know. It could be someone pretending to be someone else too that, we just hid yesterday. And you know who I'm talking about. Bob trying to pretend. Oh my goodness gracious. What the heck? Oh, wrong one, Amanda. No wonder. I was like, I don't recognize that. What the hell was that? That's what I thought. Well, no, I reckon he ain't gonna speak up, Bob. Yep, just like I had enough of that too. Bob, I can just see you waving back with like, bye bye, like a kangaroo holding your boxer gloves up. Could be that too. Might be right, Eric. Oh no. No, I got the best mods. That's all I can say. I got the best mods on the planet. Standing up on your tail saying, bring it on. With your high heels, baby, and your Speedos and your kilt. I bring out the best in y'all. Aw. Well, thank you, Bob. Y'all do the same for me, too. I love y'all. I do. I got the best mods, but I got some of the best subscribers, too. I've been a lucky girl, I gotta admit, this past year. I'm very blessed to have y'all. So thank y'all so much. So you ready to for me to annoy y'all for one more night before I take my weekend off? I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. It's gonna be weird. Having a weekend off. I don't know what that feels like anymore. I know, I saw that. I can't believe it. I can't believe I broke 7,000 subscribers. I hope, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I'll break 10,000 by the time I reach the first week of September. You guess you can put up with me for one more night? Well, thank you, Judith. And you know, I say I'll be out for possibly 3 nights, but something tells me I'll be back by Sunday. So unless I just get busy and worn out, I can't see myself being out for 3 nights, but we'll see. I say that now, but we'll see. I always end up missing y'all. And then my hands, you know, I feel like I'm supposed to be reading cards, so I feel lost when I'm not. If you have to. All right, baby. Well, I reckon y'all gonna have to for one more night. Start doing some salsa dancing, baby, Judith says. I just want the video, Bob. Oh, let's see. You can picture it, Eric. Oh, I could too. Well, hey, Steve. How you doing, baby? You came just in time to say goodnight to me, baby. I'm fixing to go. But I'll be back tonight, Thursday night, and then I'm taking the weekend off. We'll see. We'll see if I take the entire weekend off. I don't know. I do got to do a couple things, but don't be sorry, Steve. I'm glad you stopped by to say hi to me real quick. It was busy tonight. Well, baby, busy's good. It makes the night go by faster, right? It makes the workday go by faster. So that's a good thing. Knowing it's 4 a.m., at least for me it is. So I spent 6 hours here with y'all. 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. Well, that's not too bad. You got that much longer to go, baby. Hopefully I'll be asleep by then. Oh, Bob, you're not the only one, baby. I've made plenty of mistakes typing. If it wasn't for spell check, it'd be all over the place. I can just imagine. Because I wouldn't realize it if it wasn't for it correcting me or showing me that something's messed up with it. So, oh, I know, Steve. You'll be making videos? Well, baby, I'll have to watch some of them if I'm around. I actually got to make some of my own videos and work on a couple other things. So, I'll have to wait and see how this weekend plays out. But you have a wonderful 4th too, baby. If I don't see you tonight, um, but I plan on being here Thursday night, 10 p.m., my usual time. So I'll be here Friday morning, the 4th. I just won't be here Friday night. Be nice if I can actually be outside and watch some doggone fireworks for a change. I hadn't been able to watch any fireworks since I've been living here, other than I think, um, no, because I streamed New Year's. But there was a night I did catch a few fireworks going off. I don't remember what night that was, though. It was one of the holidays. Hi, Eternal. Sweet Steve. Oh, that'll be cool to watch, baby. Like I said, if I'm around, if I'm not sleeping, if I'm not in the middle of something, I'll make sure I watch. I bet it is. So I'm gonna go through and I don't know. We'll wait and see what this weekend brings. Oh, thank you, Judith. You too, baby. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight, beautiful people. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to everyone who has liked and subscribed. Thank you to everyone who has donated. Thank you for sharing your time and energy with me. And for all y'all who bought readings, thank you so much. And all my beautiful people who have sent me little packages in the mail and all that, thank you. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, y'all. I hope to see y'all back here tonight, Thursday night, July 3rd, 10 p.m. Eastern. So I can stream one more night before I enjoy my 4th of July weekend off for a change. If I could talk right. So take care, beautiful people. Wherever y'all are at in the world, whether it's day, night, morning, evening, be blessed. See y'all tonight. Night.